Anteaters, Armadilloes, and Other Odd Animals by Mayne Reid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Shapiro. Anteaters, Armadilloes, and Other Odd Animals by Mayne Reid. This is perhaps the most interesting of the groups. Interesting on account of the singular animals which compose it, every one of which may be termed an odd creature. In a strictly natural classification, these animals would not come together, since many of the species are unlike the others both in appearance and habits. But in a scientific point of view, the absence of incisor teeth has caused them to be ranged together in a group known as the edentata, or toothless animals. In this group we shall give the first place to the true anteaters, and first speak of the anteaters of America. Of these there are four well-known species: the great ant bear, or tamanoir, the tamandua, or little ant bear, another little ant bear, the ringed tamandua, and a very small species that differs much from the other three. They are all inhabitants of tropical America, and there are varieties of them in different districts. The tamanoir is by far the largest, often attaining the size of a Newfoundland dog, and the long hair which covers its sides, together with its immense bushy tail, give to it the appearance of being much bulkier than it is. Its habits are tolerably well known, constituting a very curious chapter in natural history, which we have not space to give. Suffice it to say that its food consists entirely of ants and termites, which of themselves form a strange feature in the zoology of tropical countries. These it eats, not with teeth, but by means of its long slimy tongue, by which it is enabled to draw into its mouth hundreds of the little creatures at a time. The two species of smaller ant bears, or tamanduas, obtain their sustenance in a similar manner, and in other respects are like their great congener. But they possess a power with which the latter is not gifted, that of climbing trees, and making their nests high up in the cavities of the trunks. They have the further power of being able to suspend themselves from the branches with their tails, which, like those of the opossums, are highly prehensile. The tamanduas do not live solely upon ant diet. The wild bees that build nests among the branches are also objects of their attention, and their thick, hairy skins appear to protect them from the stings of these insects. The smallest species, called the witty, or two-toed anteater, differs altogether from the three above mentioned. It more resembles a little monkey, and is covered all over with a thick coat of soft woolly hair of a yellowish color. It is also a tree climber, possesses a naked prehensile tail, and makes its nest in a hole in the trunk, or in one of the larger branches. In Africa the anteaters are represented by several kinds of animals, differing essentially from each other in outward appearance, though all agreeing in their habits, or rather in the nature of their food. The aardvark, or earth hog, of the Cape Colonists is the most noted kind. This animal is a long, low-bodied creature with sharp-pointed snout and an immense whip-like tongue, which he is capable of projecting to a great distance, in the same manner as the tamanoir. His body is covered with a dense shock of reddish-brown hair, and he dwells in a burrow, which he can cleverly make for himself, hence his trivial name of ground hog. The other African anteaters are usually called pangolins, or manis. These are covered with scales that resemble suits of ancient armor, and on this account they have sometimes been confounded with the armadillos, though the two kinds of creatures are altogether different in their habits. The pangolins possess, in common with the armadillos, the power of rolling themselves into a ball whenever attacked by an enemy, a fashion not peculiar to pangolins and armadillos, but also practiced by our own well-known hedgehog. The sloths belong to this group of mammalia, not that they have the slightest resemblance to the anteaters in any respect, but simply, as before stated, because they want the cutting teeth. They are not absolutely toothless, however, since they possess both canines and molars. With these they are enabled to masticate their food, which consists of the leaves and tender shoots of trees. The name sloth is derived from the sluggishness of their movements, amounting almost to complete inactivity. They scarce stir from the spot in which they may be placed, or at all events move so slowly as to be a whole hour in getting from one tree to another, or even from one limb to another. They spend most part of their time upon the trees. The Cecropia peltata is their favorite, usually clinging to the branches with their backs downward, and in this way they crawl from one to another, uttering at intervals a plaintive cry, which resembles the syllable I, uttered several times in succession. From this they derive one of their trivial names of I or II. The sloths are all inhabitants of tropical America, dwellers in the great forests of Guyana and Brazil. As natural curiosities in the animal kingdom, the armadillos do not yield to any of the four-footed creatures, and an account of their habits, would space permit, could not be otherwise than extremely interesting. They are exclusively inhabitants of America, but many species, both in North and South America, are found far beyond the limits of the torrid zone. There are a great many species known, and these are of all sizes, from that of an ordinary rat to the giant tattoo, which sometimes attains the enormous dimensions of a moderate-sized sheep. It may be mentioned that they are subdivided into a number of genera, as the sloths, etc., and here again without any very sufficient reason, since they all possess the scaly armor, from which the name armadillo is derived, and their habits are nearly identical. They dwell in burrows which they make for themselves. In fact, they are more than ordinarily clever at excavating, and have been blamed for carrying their tunnels into graveyards and feeding upon the bodies there deposited. Of some of the species this charge is but too true, and one would think that an animal of such habit would be regarded with disgust. On the contrary, the flesh of the armadillo is in much esteem as an article of food, both among the white colonists and the natives, and men and dogs are employed in many parts of South America to procure it for the table. Several species of armadillos possess the power of clewing themselves up a la hedgehog, and thus presenting an impenetrable front to the attacks of an enemy, while others want this power, but, in its stead, can flatten their bodies along the ground, in such a way that neither dog nor jaguar can set tooth upon anything softer than their scales, and these are as impenetrable as if they were plates of steel. The more noted species are known by different names, as the tattoo poyu, the giant tattoo, the piba, the pichiciego, the pichi, the hairy tattoo, the mataco, the apara, and such like designations. It may be added that the armadillos dwell in districts very dissimilar. According to the species, they inhabit low marshes, thick forests, or dry open hills, and several kinds are indigenous to the high tablelands of the Andes. Their usual food consists of fruits, legumes, and roots, but they are nearly all omnivorous and will eat carrion whatever it falls in their way. To this group belong two very singular animals that have only of late years become known. These are the mullinggong, better known as the ornithorhynchus, and the echidna, or ant-eating hedgehog. Both are natives of what may be termed the New World of Australasia. To give an account of the peculiar conformation or appearance of the mullinggong would require many pages, and only the artist can convey any idea of what the creature is like. Suffice it to say that it is a sort of triangular cross between a bird, a quadruped, and a fish, having the bill of a duck, the hair, skin, and legs of a quadruped, and the aquatic habits of a fish, or rather of a seal. In general appearance it is, perhaps, more like to a beaver than to any other animal. It dwells upon the banks of rivers, lakes, or marshes, burrows in the ground like a badger, swims and dives well, and feeds chiefly on aquatic insects. The echidna is altogether a different sort of creature, both in appearance and habits. It is in reality an anteater with the body of a porcupine, having a long, slender snout and an extensile tongue, just like that of other anteaters. It burrows in the ground where it can remain for a long period without food, and it is supposed to issue forth only during the season of the rains. It also possesses the power of rolling itself into a ball, like the hedgehog, hence its name among the colonists of ant-eating hedgehog. But by far the most appropriate appellation for it is the porcupine anteater, since in general appearance it is exceedingly like several species of porcupines. The porcupines and hedgehogs, though usually classed elsewhere on account of their teeth, their food, and a few other reasons not very natural, should certainly stand in this group of odd animals, and here let us place them. We have not space to say much about either of them, and can only remark of the porcupines that there are nearly a dozen known species inhabiting different parts of the world, as usual separated into a great number of genera. Europe, Asia, Africa, the Asiatic islands, North and South America all have their porcupines, some of them entirely covered with quills, others with hair intermingled with the spines, and still others on which the spinous processes are so small as to be scarcely perceptible, yet all partaking of the habits and character of the true porcupines. It may be further remarked that the American porcupines are tree climbers and feed upon twigs and bark, in fact lead a life very much resembling that of the sloths. The hedgehogs, about which so much has been said, should also go with this group, though it is usual to place them among carnivorous animals. Of hedgehogs there are also several species, and they are found in most countries of Europe and in many parts of Asia and Africa. No true hedgehog has yet been discovered in North or South America, but they have their representatives there in other species of worm-eating animals. It would not be proper to conclude these sketches without remarking that there are still a few other odd animals which we have not an opportunity of introducing here. As an instance, we may mention the little daman, or hyrax, a native of Africa and Asia Minor, and of which there are 2 or 3 distinct species. This is the animal over which Monsieur Frédéric Cuvier and other learned anatomists have raised such a paean of triumph, having discovered that, notwithstanding its great resemblance to a rabbit, the little creature was, in reality, a rhinoceros. Monsieur Cuvier and his followers seem to have omitted the reflection that this wonderful discovery very naturally suggests. Putting it interrogatively, we may ask, how is it that the hyrax, whose anatomical structure proves it to be a rhinoceros, is not a rhinoceros in habits, appearance, nor, in fact, in anything but the shape of its bones? If, then, we were to take osteology for our guide, I fear we should often arrive at very erroneous conclusions. And were the little hyrax an extinct animal and not known to us by actual observation, we should be led by anatomical theorists to ascribe to the timid creature a very different set of manners from what it has got. Despite anatomic theories, then, we shall continue to regard the hyrax, the coney of the scriptures, as a rabbit and not a rhinoceros. End of Anteaters, Armadilloes, and Other Odd Animals by Mayne Reid. Recording by Caroline Shapiro, Oakland, California, USA.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Are you a bromide, or the Sulphitic Theory, expounded and exemplified according to the most recent researches into the psychology of boredom, including many well-known bromidioms now in use, by Gelett Burgess, S.B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Note: this essay is reprinted with revisions and enlargement editions from The Sulphitic Theory, published in the Smart Set for April 1906, by consent of the editors. To Gertrude McCall, chatelaine of Mac Manor, and discoverer of the Sulphitic Theory. Are you a bromide? The terms bromide and sulfite, as applied to psychological rather than chemical analysis, have already become, among the Illuminati, so widely adopted that these denominations now stand in considerable danger of being weakened in significance through a too careless use. The adjective bromidic is at present adopted as a general vehicle, a common carrier for the thoughtless damnation of the Philistine. The time has come to formulate authoritatively the precise scope of intellect which such distinctions suggest, and to define the shorthand of conversation which their use has made practicable. The rapid spread of the theory, traveling from sulfite to sulfite, like a spark of a pyrotechnic set-piece, till the thinking world has been over-violently illuminated, has obscured its genesis, and diverted attention from the simplicity and force of its fundamental principles. Footnote: It was in April that I first heard of the theory from the chatelaine. The following August, in Venice, a lady said to me, "Aren't these old palaces a great deal more sulphitic in their decay than they were originally during the Renaissance?" End footnote. In this, its progress has been like that of slang, which, gaining in popularity, must inevitably decrease in aptness and definiteness. In attempting to solve the problem which for so long was the despair of philosophers, I have made modest use of the word theory. But to the Sulphite, this simple, convincing, comprehensive explanation is more. It is an opinion, even a belief, if not a credo. It is the crux by which society is tested. But as I shall proceed scientifically, my conclusion will, I trust, effect rational proof of what was an a priori hypothesis. The history of the origin of the theory is brief. The chatelaine of a certain sugar plantation in Louisiana, in preparing a list of guests for her house party, discovered, in one of those explosive moments of inspiration, that all people were easily divided into two fundamental groups or families, the Sulphites and the Bromides. The revelation was apodictic, convincing. It made life a different thing. It made society almost plausible. So, too, it simplified human relationship, and gave the first hint of a method by which to adjust and equalize affinities. The primary theorems sprang quickly into her mind, and, such is their power, they have attained almost the nature of axioms. The discovery, indeed, was greater, more far-reaching than she knew, for, having undergone the test of philosophical analysis as well as of practical application, it stands, now, a vital, convincing interpretation of the mysteries of human nature. We have all tried our hands at categories. Philosophy is, itself, but a system of definitions. What, then, made the chatelaine's theory remarkable, when civilization has wearied itself with distinctions? The attempt to classify one's acquaintance is the common sport of the thinker, from the fastidious who says, "There are two kinds of persons, those who like olives and those who don't," to the fatuous, immemorial lover who says, "There are two kinds of women, Daisy and the other kind." Previous attempts, less fantastic, have had this fault in common. Their categories were susceptible of gradation. Extremes fused one into the other. What thinking person has not felt the need of some definite, final, absolute classification? We speak of "my kind" and "the other sort," of those who understand, of impossibles, and outsiders. Some of these categories have attained considerable vogue. There is the Bohemian versus the Philistine, the radical versus the conservative, the interesting versus the bores, and so on. But always there is shifting population at the vague frontier. The types intermingle and lose identity. Your Philistine is the very one who says, "This is Liberty Hall," and one must drink beer whether one likes it or not. It is the conservative business man, hard-headed, stubborn, who is converted by the mind-reader or the spiritualistic medium, one extreme flying to the other. It is the bore who, at times, unconsciously to himself, amuses you to the point of repressed laughter. These terms are fluent. Your friends have a way of escaping from the labeled boxes into which you have put them. They seem to defy your definitions, your orders and genre. 15 minutes consideration of the great sulphitic theory will, as the patent medicines say, convince one of its efficacy. A bromide will never jump out of his box into that ticketed sulphite. So much comment has been made upon the terminology of this theory that it should be stated frankly at the start that the words sulphite and bromide and their derivatives, sulphitic and bromidic, are themselves so sulphitic that they are not susceptible of explanation. In a word, they are empirical, although, accidentally it might seem, they do appeal and convince the most skeptical. I myself balked, at first, at these inconsequent names. I would have suggested the terms Gothic and Classic to describe the fundamental types of mind. But it took but a short conversation with the chatelaine to demonstrate the fact that the words were inevitable, and the rapid increase in their use has proved them something more real than slang, an acceptable and accepted terminology. Swallow them whole, therefore, and you will be so much better for the dose that, upon finishing this thesis, you will say, "Why, of course there are no other words possible." Let us, therefore, first proceed with a general statement of the theory, and then develop some of its corollaries. It is comparatively easy to define the bromide. Let us consider his traits, and then classify the sulphite by a mere process of exclusion. In this our world, the bromides constitute, alas, by far the larger group. In this, the type resembles the primary bodies or other systems of classification, such as the Philistines, the Conservatives, the Boers, and so on, ad nauseam. The bromide does his thinking by syndicate. He follows the main traveled roads, he goes with the crowd. In a word, they all think and talk alike. One may predicate their opinion on any given subject. They follow custom and costume, they obey the law of averages. They are, intellectually, all peas in the same conventional pod, unenlightened, prosaic, living by rule and rote. They have their hair cut every month, and their minds keep regular office hours. Their habits of thought are all ready-made, proper, sober, befitting the average man. They worship dogma. The bromide conforms to everything sanctioned by the majority, and may be depended upon to be trite, banal, and arbitrary. So much has a mere name already done for us that we may say, boldly, and this is our first theorem, that all bromides are bromidic in every manifestation of their being. But a better comprehension of the term, and one which will perhaps remove the taint of malediction, will be attained if we examine in detail a few essential bromidic tendencies. The adjective is used more in pity than in anger or disgust. The bromide can't possibly help being bromidic, though on the other hand he wouldn't if he could. The chief characteristic, then, seems to be a certain reflex psychological action of the bromidic brain. This is evidenced by the accepted bromidic belief that each of the ordinary acts of life is, and necessarily must be, accompanied by its own especial remark or opinion. It is an association of ideas intensified in each generation by the continual correlation of certain groups of brain cells. It has become not only unnecessary for him to think, but almost impossible, so deeply these well-worn paths of thought have become. His intellectual processes are automatic. His train of thought can never get off the track. A single illustration will suffice for analysis. You have heard it often enough. Fie upon you if you have said it. If you saw that sunset painted in a picture, you'd never believe it would be possible. It must be borne distinctly in mind that it is not merely because this remark is trite that it is bromidic. It is because that, with the bromide, the remark is inevitable. One expects it from him, and one is never disappointed. And, moreover, it is always offered by the bromide as a fresh, new, apt, and rather clever thing to say. He really believes, no doubt, that it is original. It is, at any rate, neat, as he indicates by his evident expectation of applause. The remark follows upon the physical or mental stimulus as night the day. He cannot, then, be true to any other impulse. Originality was inhibited in him since his great-grandmother's time. He has got the habit. Excepting his irresponsibility, and with all charity to his undeveloped personality, we may note a few other examples of his mental reflexes. The list is long, but it would take a large encyclopedia to exhaust the subject. The pastime, recently come into vogue, of collecting bromidiums, Footnote: For this apt and cleverly coined word I am indebted to Mr. Frank O'Malley of the New York Sun, who has been one of the most ardent and discriminating collectors of bromidiums, is a pursuit by itself, worthy enough of practice if one appreciates the subtleties of the game and does not merely collate hackneyed phrases, irrespective of their true bromidic quality. For our purpose in elucidating the thesis at hand, however, we need cull but a few specimens, leaving the list to be completed by the reader at his leisure. If you both happen to know Mr. Smith of Des Moines, The Bromide inevitably will say, "This world is such a small place after all, isn't it?" The Bromide never mentions such a vulgar thing as a birth, but "the year baby came." The Bromide's euphemisms are the slang of her caste. When she departs from her visit, she says, "I've had a perfectly charming time. It is so good of you to have asked me. Now do come and see us." And when her caller leaves, her mind springs with a snap to fasten the time-worn farewell, "Now you have found the way, do come often." And this piece of ancient cynicism has run through 1,000 changes. Of course if you leave your umbrella at home it is sure to rain. But comment to the Sulphite is unnecessary. These remarks would all be in his Index Purgatorius if one were necessary. Except in jest, it would never even occur to him to use any of the following remarks. 1. I don't know much about art, but I know what I like. 2. My mother is 70 years old, but she doesn't look a day over 50. 3. That dog understands every word I say. 4. You'll feel differently about these things when you're married. 5. It isn't money, it's the principle of the thing I object to. 6. Why aren't there any good stories in the magazines nowadays? 7. I'm afraid I'm not educated up to Japanese prints. 8. The Japanese are such an interesting little people. 9. No, I don't play chess. I haven't got that kind of a brain. 10. No, I never intend to be married. 11. I thought I loved him at the time, but of course it wasn't really love. 12. Funny how some people can never learn to spell. 13. If you'd only come yesterday, this room was in perfect order. 14. I don't care for money, it's what I can do with it. 15. I really oughtn't to tell this, but I know you understand. 16. Why, I know you better than you know yourself. 17. Now this thing really happened. 18. It's a great compliment to have a child fond of you. 19. The Salvation Army reaches a class of people that churches never do. 20. It's bad enough to see a man drunk, but oh, a woman. 21. It's a mistake for a woman to marry a man younger than herself. Women age so much faster than men. Think what she'll be when he is 50. 22. Of course, if you happen to want a policeman, there's never one within miles of you. 23. It isn't so much the heat, or the cold, as the humidity in the air. 24. This tipping system is terrible, but what can one do about it? 25. I don't know what we ever did without the telephone. 26. After I've shampooed my hair, I can't do a thing with it. 27. I never read serials. 28. No, let me pay. I've got to change this bill anyway. 29. You're a sight for sore eyes. 30. Come up and see us any time. You'll have to take pot luck, but you're always welcome. 31. There are as many chances to get rich in real estate as there ever were, if you only knew where to find them. 32. I'd rather have a good horse than all the automobiles made. 33. The price of autos is bound to come down sooner or later, and then you won't see horses except in menageries. 34. I'd rather go to a dentist than have my photograph taken. 35. Did you ever know of a famous man's son who amounted to anything? 36. The most ignorant Italian laborer seems to be able to appreciate art. 37. I want to see my own country before I go abroad. 38. Yes, but you can live in Europe for half what you can at home. 39. You can live 20 years in New York and never know who your next-door neighbor is. 40. No, I'd just as lief stand. I've been sitting down all day. 41. Funny how people always confide their love affairs to me. 42. I'd rather be blind than deaf. It's such a tax on your friends. 43. I haven't played a game of billiards for 2 years, but I'll try, just for the fun of it. 44. If you could only write stories the way you tell them, you'd make your fortune as an author. 45. Nothing can stop a cold unless you take it right at the start. 46. He's told that lie so often that he believes it himself now. 47. If you stay here a year, you'll never want to go back. 48. Don't worry, that won't help matters any. Sulphites are agreed on most of the basic facts of life, and this common understanding makes it possible for them to eliminate the obvious from their conversation. They have found, for instance, that green is restful to the eyes, and the fact goes without saying in a hint in a mere word. They are aware that heat is more disagreeable when accompanied by a high degree of humidity, and do not put forth this axiom as a sensational discovery. They have noticed the coincidences known as mental telepathy usual in correspondence, and have long ceased to be more than mildly amused at the occurrence of the phenomenon. They do not speak in awestruck voices of supernatural apparitions, for of all fiction the ghost story is the most apt to be bromidic, nor do they expect others to be impressed by their strange dreams any more than with their pathological symptoms. Hypnotism, they are convinced, has attained the standing of a science whose rationale is pretty well understood and established, and the subject is no longer an affording subject for anecdote. Sulphites can even listen to tales of oriental magic, miraculously growing trees, disappearing boys, and what not, without suggesting that the audience was mesmerized. Above all, the Sulphite recognizes as a principle that, if a story is really funny, it is probably untrue, and he does not seek to give an adjuvant relish to it by dilating with verisimilitude upon the authenticity of the facts of the case. But your Bromide is impressive and asserts, "I knew the man that died." The Sulphite, too, has little need for euphemisms. He can speak of birth and death without metaphor. But to the Bromide, all such matters of fact and fancy are perpetually picturesque, and, a discoverer, he leaps up and shouts out enthusiastically that 2 and 2 are 4, and defends his statement with eloquent logic. Each scene, each incident has its magic spell. Like the little woolly toy lamb, he presses the fact, and, ba, ba, the appropriate sentiment comes forth. Does he have, back in the shadows of his mind, perhaps, the ghost of a perception that the thing has been said before? Who can tell? But, if he does, his vanity exercises the spirit. Bromides seldom listen to one another. They are content with talk for talk's sake, and so escape all chance of education. It is this fact, most likely, which has endowed the bromidium with immortality. Never heard, it seems always new, appropriate, clever. No, it isn't so much the things they say, as the way they say them. Do you not recall the smug, confident look, the assurance of having said a particularly happy thing? They come inevitably as the alarm clock. When the hands of circumstance touch the hour, the bromidic remark will surely go off. But, lest one make too much of this particular symptom, let us consider a few other tendencies. The Bromide has no surprises for you. When you see one enter a room, you must reconcile yourself to the inevitable. No hope for flashes of original thought, no illuminating, newer point of view, no sulphitic flashes of fancy. The steady glow of bromidic conversation and action is all one can hope for. He may be wise and good, he may be loved and respected, but he lives inland. He puts not forth to sea. He is there when you want him, always the same. Bromides also enjoy pathological symptoms. They are fond of describing sickness and deathbed scenes. His face swelled up to twice its natural size, they say in odd whispers. They attend funerals with interest and scrutiny. We are all born with certain bromidic tendencies, and children are the greatest bromides in the world. What boy of 10 will wear a collar different from what his schoolmates are all wearing? He must conform to the rule and custom of the majority, or he suffers fearfully. But, if he has a sulphitic leaven in his soul, adolescence frees him from the tyrannical traditions of thought. In costume, perhaps, men are still more bromidic than women. A man has, for choice, a narrow range in garments. For everyday wear, at most but 4 coats, 3 collars, and 2 pairs of shoes. Fewer women become Sulphites. The confession is ungallant and painful, but it must be made. We have only to watch them, to listen, and to pity. But stay, if there is anything in heredity, women should be the most sulphitic. For of all bromides, Adam was the progenitor, while Eve was a Sulphite from the first. Alice in Wonderland, however, is the modern type, a bromide amidst sulphites. What, then, is a Sulphite? Ah, that is harder to define. A Sulphite is a person who does his own thinking. He is a person who has surprises up his sleeve. He is explosive. One can never foresee what he will do, except that it will be a direct and spontaneous manifestation of his own personality. You cannot tell them by the looks. Sulphites come together like drops of mercury in this bromidic world. Unknown, unsuspected groups of them are scattered over the earth, and we never know where we are going to meet them, like fireflies in summer, like Americans in Europe. The bromide we have always with us, predicating the obvious. The Sulphite appears uncalled. But you must not jump to the conclusion that all Sulphites are agreeable company. This is no classification as of desirable and undesirable people. The Sulphite, from his very nature, must continually surprise you by an unexpected course of action. He must explode. You never know what he will say or do. He is always sulphitic, but as often impossible. He will not bore you, but he may shock you. You find yourself watching him to see what is coming next, and it may be a subtle jest, a paradox, or an atrocious violation of etiquette. All cranks, all reformers, and most artists are sulphitic. The insane asylums are full of Sulphites. They not only do ordinary things in unusual ways, but they do unusual things in ordinary ways. What is more intensely sulphitic than, when you have said your farewells, to go immediately? Or, as you swim out to rescue a drowning girl, to keep your pipe burning all the while? They do not attempt to entertain you, but let you choose your own pastime. When they present a gift, it has either rhyme or reason to it. Their letters are not passed about to be read by the family. Hamlet was a Sulphite, Polonius a bromide. Becky Sharp was sulphitic, Amelia Sedley bromidic. So we might follow the line of cleavage between the two groups in art, religion, and politics. Compare, for instance, President Roosevelt with his predecessor in office, the unexpected versus the sedate thermometer of public opinion. Compare Bernard Shaw with Marie Corelli. One would swear that their very brains were differently colored. Their epigrams and platitudes are merely the symptoms of different methods of thought. One need not consult one's prejudice, affection, or taste. The Sulphitic Theory explains without either condemning or approving. The leopard cannot change his spots. But if, along with these contrasts, we take, for example, Lewis Carroll as opposed to Dr. Johnson, we are brought up against an extraordinary inconsistency. It is, however, only an apparent paradox. Beneath it lies a vital principle. Dr. Johnson was, himself, a Sulphite of the Sulphites. But how intensely bromidic were his writings! One yawns to think of them. As for Lewis Carroll, in his classic nonsense, so sulphitic as often to be accused by bromides of having a secret meaning, his private life was that of a bromide. Read his biography, and learn the terrors of his formal, set entertainments to the little girls whom he patronized. They knew what to expect of him, and he never, however agreeably, disappointed them. No, unfortunately, a Sulphite does not always produce sulphitic art. How many writers we know who are more interesting than their work? How many who are infinitely less so? Your professional humorist is usually a dull, melancholy fellow in his private life, and a clergyman may preach infant damnation and be a merry father at home. Such considerations point inevitably to the truth that our theory depends essentially not upon action or talk, but upon the quality and rationale of thought. It is a question of potentiality rather than of dynamics. It is the process of reasoning which concerns us, not its translation into conduct. A man may be a devoted supporter of Mrs. Grundy and yet be a Sulphite, if he has, in his own mind, reached an original conclusion that society needs her safeguards. He may be the wildest-eyed of anarchists and yet bromidic, if he has accepted another's reasons and swallowed the propaganda whole. It will be doubtless through a misconception of this principle that the first schism in the Sulphitic Theory arises. Already the cult has become so important that a newer heretic sect threatens it. These Protestants cannot believe that there is a definite line to be drawn between sulphites and bromides, and hold that one may partake of a dual nature. All such logic is factious, and founded upon a misconception of the theory. There is, however, a subtlety which has perhaps had something to do with confusing the neophyte. It is this: Sulphitism and Bromidism are, symbolically, the two halves of a circle, and their extremes meet. One may be so extremely bromidic that one becomes, at a leap, sulphitic, and vice versa. This may be easily illustrated. Miss Herford's inimitable monologues, being each the apotheosis of some typical bromide, a shop-girl, a country dressmaker, a bargain hunter, and so on, become, through her art, intensely sulphitic. They are excruciatingly funny, just because she represents types so common that we recognize them instantly. Each expresses the crystallized thought of her particular bromidic group. Done, then, by a person who is herself a sulphite par excellence, the result is droll. One has, says Emerson, but to remove an object from its environment, and instantly it becomes comic. The same thing is done less artistically every day upon the vaudeville stage. We love to recognize types, and what Browning said of beauty, "We're made so that we love first, when we see them painted, things we have passed perhaps 100 times nor cared to see," can be easily extended to our sense of humor in caricature. A recent hit upon the variety stage does still more to illustrate the problem. The Cherry Sisters aroused immense curiosity by an act so bromidic as to be ridiculous. Were they rank amateurs doing their simple best, or were they clever artists simulating the awkward crudeness of country girls? That was the question. In a word, were they sulphites or bromides? What such artists have done histrionically, Hilaire Belloc has done exquisitely for literature in his Story of Manuel Burden. This tale, affecting to be a serious encomium upon a middle-class British merchant, shows plainly that all satire is, in its essence, a sulphitic juggling with bromidic topics. It is done unconsciously by many a simple rhymester, whose verses are bought by sulphites and read with glee. In the terminology of our theory we must, therefore, include two new terms, describing the variation of intensity of these two different states of mind. The extremes meet at the points of nitrobromidism and hyposulphitism respectively. Intensity of bromidism becomes, then, nitrobromidism, and we have seen how, through the artist's or through a sulphite's subtle point of view, such nitrobromide becomes immediately sulphitic. By a similar reasoning, a hyposulphite can, at a step, become bromidic. The illustration most obvious is that of insanity. We are not much amused, usually, by the quaint modes of thought exhibited by lunatics and madmen. It cannot be denied, however, that their processes of thought are sulphitic. Indeed, they are so wildly original, so fanciful, that we must denominate all such crazed brains hyposulphites. Such persons are so surprising that they end by having no surprises left for us. We accept their mania and cease to regard it. It, in a word, becomes bromidic. So, in their ways, are all cranks and eccentrics, all whose set purpose is to astonish or to shock. We end by being bored at their attitudes and poses. The sulphite has the true Gothic spirit, the bromide the impulse of the classic. One wonders, relishing the impossible, manifesting himself in characteristic, spontaneous ways. The other delights in rule and rhythm, in ordered sequences, in authority and precedent, following the law. One carves the gargoyle and ogrillion, working in paths untrod, the other limits himself to harmonic ratios, balanced compositions, and to predestined fenestration. One has a grim, naif, virile humor, the other a dead, even beauty. One is hot, the other cold. The Dark Ages were sulphitic. There were wild deeds then. Men exploded. The Renaissance was essentially bromidic. Art danced in fetters. Men looked back at the past for inspiration and chewed the cud of Greek thought. For the Sulphite, fancy. For the Bromide, imagination. From the 15th century on, however, the wave of sulphitism rose steadily, gradually dropping at times into little depressions of euphuistic manners and intervals of sensibility, but climbing, with the advance of science and the emancipation of thought, to an ideal, the personal, original interpretation of life. The 19th century showed curiously erratic variations of the curve. From its beginning till 1815, sulphitism was upon the increase, while from that year till 1870, there was a sickening drop to the various depths of bromidic thought. Then the Bromide infested the earth. With his black walnut furniture, his jigsaw and turning lathe methods of decoration, his lincrusto Walton and pressed terracotta, his chromos, wax flowers, hoop skirts, chokers, side whiskers, and pantalettes, went a horrific revival of mock modesty inspired by the dying efforts of the old formulated religious thought. And then, when steam had had its day, impressing its materialism upon the world, making what should be hard easy, and what should be easy hard, came electricity, a new science almost approaching a spiritual force, and, with a rush, the telephone that made the commonplace bristle with romance. The curve of sulphitism arose. A wave of Oriental thought lifted many to a curious idealism, and, as so many other centuries had done before, there came to the 19th a fin de siècle glow that lifted up the curve still higher. The Renaissance of thought came the cult of simplicity and mission furniture, corsets were abandoned, the automobile freed us from the earth, the Yellow Book began, Mrs. Eddy appeared, radium was discovered, and appendicitis flourished. So there are bromidic vegetables like cabbage, and sulphitic ones like garlic. The distinction, once understood, applies to almost everything thinkable. There are bromidic titles to books and stories, and titles sulphitic. The something of somebody is, at present, the commonest bromidic form. Once, as in The Courting of Dinah Shadd and The Damnation of Theron Ware, such a title was sulphitic, but one cannot pick up a magazine, now-a-years, without coming across the blank of blank. As most magazines are edited for Middle Western bromides, such titles are inevitable. I know of one, with 1 million circulation, which accepted a story with the sulphitic title, Thin Ice, and changed it to the bromidic words, because other girls were free. One of O. Henry's first successful stories, and perhaps his best humorous tale, had its title so changed from Cupid a la carte to A Guthrie Wooing. This is one of the few exceptions to the rule that a sulphitic thing can become bromidic. Time alone can accomplish this effect. Literature itself is either bromidic or sulphitic. The dime novel and melodrama, with hackneyed situations, once provocative, are so easily nitrobromidic that they become sulphitic in burlesque and parody. Metaphysically, sulphitism is easily explained by the theory of absolute age. We have all seen children who seem to be, mentally, with greater possibility of growth than their parents. We see persons who understand without experience. It is as if they lived before. It is as if they had a definite absolute age. We recognize and feel sympathetic with those of our caste, with those of the same age, not in years, but in wisdom. Now the standard of spiritual insight is the person of 1,000 years of age. He knows the relative importance of things. And it might be said, then, that bromides are individuals of less than 500 years, sulphites, those who are over that age. In some dim future incarnation, perhaps, the bromide will leap into sulphitic apprehension of existence. It is the person who is absolutely young who says, "Alas, I never had a youth, I don't understand what it is to be young. And he who is absolutely old remarks, blithely, Oh dear, I can't seem to grow up at all. One is a bromide and the other a sulphite, and this explanation illuminates the paradox. The sulphite brings a fresh eye to life. He sees everything as if for the first time, and not through the blue glasses of convention. As if he were a Martian newly come to earth, he sees things separated from their environment, tradition, precedent. The dowager without her money, the politician without his power, the sage without his poverty. He sees men and women for himself. He prefers his own observation to any a priori theories of society. He knows how to work, but he knows, too, what the bromide does never, how to play, and he plays with men and women for the joy of life and his own particular game. Though his view be eccentric, it is his own view, and though you may avoid him, you can never forget or ignore him. And so, too, using an optical symbolism, we may speak of the sulphite as being refractive. Every impression made upon him is split up into component rays of thought. He sees beauty, humor, pathos, horror, and sublimity. The bromide is reflective, and the object is thrown back unchanged, unanalyzed. It is accepted without interrogation. The mirrored bromidic mind gives back only what it has taken. To use the phraseology of Harvard and Radcliffe, the sulphite is connotative, the bromide denotative. But the theory is constructive rather than destructive. It makes for content and peace. By this philosophy one sees one's friends revealed. Though the bromide will never say whether he prefers dark or white meat, though he inflict upon you the words, Why, if 200 years ago people had been told that you could talk through a wire, they would have hanged the prophet for witchcraft. Though he repeats the point of his story, rolling it over on his tongue, seeking for a second laugh, though he says, Dinner is my best meal, he cannot help it. You know he is a bromide, and you expect no more. You will notice, also, in discussing this theory with your friends, that the bromide will take up with interest only the bromidic aspect of life. The term will amuse him, and, never thinking that it should be applied to himself, he will use the term bromide in season and out of it. To the sulphite, however, sulphitism is a thing to be watched for, cultivated, and treasured. He will search long for the needle in the haystack, and leave the bromidium to be observed by the careless, thoughtless bromide. And as the supreme test, it may be remarked that, should buttons be put on the market bearing the names bromide and sulphite in blue and red, a few minutes' reflection will convince the sulphite that, before long, all the bromides would be wearing the red sulphite buttons, and all the sulphites the blue bromide. Such is the rationale of the perverse. Bromides we may love, and even marry. Your own mother, your sister, your sweetheart may be bromidic, but you are not less affectionate. They are restful and soporific. You may not have understood them. Before you heard of the Sulphitic Theory, you were annoyed at their dullness, their dogmas, but, with this white light illuminating them, you accept them now for what they are, and, expecting nothing original from them, you will find a new peace and a new joy in their society. You may estimate your capacity for the comic, says Meredith, and the statement might be applied as well to the bromidic, by being able to detect the ridicule of them you love without loving them less. The bromide has no salt nor spice nor savor, but he is the bread of society, the veriest staff of life. And if, like little Jack Horner, you can occasionally put in your thumb and pull out a sulphitic plum from your acquaintance, be thankful for that, too. End of Are You a Bromide? Or The Sulphitic Theory by Gelett Burgess, S.B.
British North America Act, 1949. Newfoundland Act. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 12 and 13 George VI, Chapter 22, UK. An Act to confirm and give effect to terms of union agreed between Canada and Newfoundland. 23rd March 1949. Whereas, by means of a referendum, the people of Newfoundland have, by a majority, signified their wish to enter into confederation with Canada. And whereas the agreement containing terms of union between Canada and Newfoundland, set out in the schedule to this Act, has been duly approved by the Parliament of Canada and by the Government of Newfoundland. And whereas Canada has requested, and consented to, the enactment of an Act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom to confirm and give effect to the said agreement. And the Senate and House of Commons of Canada in Parliament assembled have submitted an address to His Majesty, praying that His Majesty may graciously be pleased to cause a bill to be laid before the Parliament of the United Kingdom for that purpose. Be it therefore enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, and Commons in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same, as follows. 1. The agreement containing terms of union between Canada and Newfoundland set out in the schedule to this Act is hereby confirmed, and shall have the force of law notwithstanding anything in the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. 2. In accordance with the preceding section, the provisions of the Newfoundland Act 1933, other than Section 3 thereof, which relates to guarantee of certain securities of Newfoundland, shall be repealed as from the coming into force of the said terms of union. 3. This Act may be cited as the British North America Act 1949, and the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, and this Act may be cited together as the British North America Acts 1867 to 1949. Schedule. Terms of Union of Newfoundland with Canada. 1. The agreement containing terms of union between Canada and Newfoundland set out in the schedule to this Act is hereby confirmed, and shall have the force of law notwithstanding anything in the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. Schedule. Terms of Union of Newfoundland with Canada. Memorandum of Agreement entered into on the 11th day of December 1948 between Canada and Newfoundland. Whereas a delegation appointed from its members by the National Convention of Newfoundland, a body elected by the people of Newfoundland, consulted in 1947 with the Government of Canada to ascertain what fair and equitable basis might exist for the union of Newfoundland with Canada. Whereas, following discussions with the delegation, the Government of Canada sent to His Excellency the Governor of Newfoundland for submission to the National Convention a statement of terms, which the Government of Canada would be prepared to recommend to the Parliament of Canada as a fair and equitable basis for union, should the people of Newfoundland desire to enter into confederation. Whereas the proposed terms were debated in the National Convention in Newfoundland, and were before the people of Newfoundland when, by a majority at a referendum held on the 22nd day of July 1948, they expressed their desire to enter into confederation with Canada. Whereas the governments of the United Kingdom, Canada, and Newfoundland agreed after the referendum that representatives of Canada and Newfoundland should meet and settle the final terms and arrangements for the union of Newfoundland with Canada. And whereas authorized representatives of Canada and authorized representatives of Newfoundland have settled the terms hereinafter set forth as the terms of union of Newfoundland with Canada, it is therefore agreed as follows. Terms of Union. Union. On, from, and after the coming into force of these terms, hereinafter referred to as the date of union, Newfoundland shall form part of Canada, and shall be a province thereof to be called and known as the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador. 2. The Province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall comprise the same territory as at the date of union, that is to say, the island of Newfoundland and the islands adjacent thereto, the coast of Labrador as delimited in a report delivered by the Judicial Committee of His Majesty's Privy Council on the 1st day of March 1927, and approved by His Majesty in his Privy Council on the 22nd day of March 1927, and the islands adjacent to the said coast of Labrador. Application of the Constitution Acts. 3. The British North America Acts 1867 to 1946 shall apply to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in the same way, and to the like extent as they apply to the provinces heretofore comprised in Canada, as if the province of Newfoundland and Labrador had been one of the provinces originally united, except in so far as varied by these terms, and except such provisions as are in terms made, or by reasonable intendment may be held to be, specially applicable to, or only to affect one or more and not all of the provinces originally united. Representation in Parliament. 4. The province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall be entitled to be represented in the Senate by 6 members, and in the House of Commons by 7 members, out of a total membership of 262. 5. Representation in the Senate and in the House of Commons shall from time to time be altered or readjusted in accordance with the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. 6. Paragraph 1. Until the Parliament of Canada otherwise provides, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall, for the purposes of the election of members to serve in the House of Commons, be divided into the electoral divisions named and delimited in the schedule to these terms, and each such division shall be entitled to return 1 member. Paragraph 2. For the first election of members to serve in the House of Commons, if held otherwise than as part of a general election, the Governor-General in Council may cause writs to be issued, and may fix the day upon which the polls shall be held, and, subject to the foregoing, the laws of Canada relating to by-elections shall apply to an election held pursuant to any writ issued under this term. Paragraph 3. The Chief Electoral Officer shall have authority to adapt the provisions of the Dominion Elections Act 1938 to conditions existing in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, so as to conduct effectually the first election of members to serve in the House of Commons. Provincial Constitution. 7. The Constitution of Newfoundland, as it existed immediately prior to the 16th day of February 1934, is revived at the date of Union, and shall, subject to these terms and the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, continue as the Constitution of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador from and after the date of Union, until altered under the authority of the said Acts. Executive. 8. Paragraph 1. For the province of Newfoundland and Labrador there shall be an officer styled the Lieutenant Governor, appointed by the Governor-General in Council by instrument under the Great Seal of Canada. Paragraph 2. Pending the first appointment of a Lieutenant Governor for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and the assumption of his duties as such, the Chief Justice, or if the office of Chief Justice is vacant, the Senior Judge of the Supreme Court of Newfoundland, shall execute the office and functions of Lieutenant Governor under his oath of office as such Chief Justice or Senior Judge. 9. The Constitution of the Executive Authority of Newfoundland, as it existed immediately prior to the 16th day of February 1934, shall, subject to these terms and the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, continue as the Constitution of the Executive Authority of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, from and after the date of Union, until altered under the authority of the said Acts. 10. The Lieutenant Governor in Council shall as soon as may be after the date of Union adopt and provide a Great Seal of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and may from time to time change such seal. 11. All powers, authorities, and functions that under any statute were at or immediately prior to the date of Union vested in or exercisable by the Governor of Newfoundland, individually or in council or in commission, a. As far as they are capable of being exercised after the date of Union in relation to the Government of Canada, shall be vested in and shall or may be exercised by the Governor-General, with the advice, or with the advice and consent, or in conjunction with, the King's Privy Council for Canada, or any member or members thereof, or by the Governor-General individually, as the case requires, subject nevertheless to be abolished or altered by the Parliament of Canada under the authority of the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, and b. As far as they are capable of being exercised after the date of Union in relation to the government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, shall be vested in and shall or may be exercised by the Lieutenant Governor of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, with the advice or with the advice and consent, or in conjunction with the Executive Council of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, or any member or members thereof, or by the Lieutenant Governor individually, as the case requires, subject nevertheless to be abolished or altered by the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador under the authority of the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. 12. Until the Parliament of Canada otherwise provides, the powers, authorities, and functions vested in or imposed on any member of the Commission of Government of Newfoundland, as such member or as a commissioner charged with the administration of a department of the Government of Newfoundland, at or immediately prior to the date of union in relation to matters other than those coming within the classes of subjects by the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, assigned exclusively to the legislature of a province, shall in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador be vested in or imposed on such person or persons as the Governor-General in Council may appoint or designate. 13. Until the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador otherwise provides, the powers, authorities, and functions vested in or imposed on any member of the Commission of Government of Newfoundland, as such member or as a commissioner charged with the administration of a department of the Government of Newfoundland, at or immediately prior to the date of union in relation to matters coming within the classes of subjects by the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, assigned exclusively to the legislature or a province, shall in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador be vested in or imposed on such person or persons as the Lieutenant Governor in Council may appoint or designate. Legislature. 14. Paragraph 1. Subject to Paragraph 2 of this term, the Constitution of the Legislature of Newfoundland, as it existed immediately prior to the 16th day of February 1934, shall, subject to these terms and the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, continue as the Constitution of the Legislature of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador, from and after the date of union, until altered under the authority of the said Acts. Paragraph 2. The Constitution of the Legislature of Newfoundland, in so far as it relates to the Legislative Council, shall not continue, but the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador may at any time re-establish the Legislative Council or establish a new Legislative Council. 15. Paragraph 1. Until the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador otherwise provides, the powers, authorities, and functions vested in or imposed on a minister or other public officer or functionary under any statute of Newfoundland relating to the constitution of the legislature of Newfoundland, as it existed immediately prior to the 16th day of February 1934, shall, subject to these terms and the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, be vested in or imposed on such person or persons as the Lieutenant Governor in Council may appoint or designate. Paragraph 2. Until the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador otherwise provides, a. The list of electors prepared pursuant to the List of Electors Act 1947 shall be deemed to be the list of electors for the purpose of the Election Act 1913, subject to the provisions of the Election Act 1913 respecting supplementary lists of electors. B. The franchise shall be extended to female British subjects who have attained the full age of 21 years and are otherwise qualified as electors. C. The coast of Labrador, together with the islands adjacent thereto, shall constitute an additional electoral district to be known as Labrador, and to be represented by one member, and residents of the said district who are otherwise qualified as electors shall be entitled to vote. And D. The Lieutenant Governor in Council may by proclamation defer any election in the electoral district of Labrador for such period as may be specified in the proclamation. 16. The legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall be called together not later than 4 months after the date of union. Education. 17. In lieu of Section 93 of the British North America Act 1867, the following terms shall apply in respect of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. In and for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, the legislature shall have exclusive authority to make laws in relation to education, but the legislature will not have authority to make laws prejudicially affecting any right or privilege with respect to denominational schools, common amalgamated schools, or denominational colleges, that any class or classes of persons have by law in Newfoundland at the date of union, and out of public funds of the province of Newfoundland provided for education. A. All such schools shall receive their share of such funds in accordance with scales determined on a non-discriminatory basis from time to time by the legislature for all schools then being conducted under authority of the legislature, and b. All such colleges shall receive their share of any grant from time to time voted for all colleges then being conducted under authority of the legislature, such grant being distributed on a non-discriminatory basis. Continuation of laws. General. 18. Paragraph 1. Subject to these terms, all laws in force in Newfoundland, at or immediately prior to the date of union, shall continue therein as if the union had not been made, subject nevertheless to be repealed, abolished, or altered by the Parliament of Canada, or by the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, according to the authority of the Parliament or of the legislature, under the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. And all orders, rules, and regulations made under any such laws shall likewise continue, subject to be revoked or amended by the body or person that made such orders, rules, or regulations, or the body or person that has power to make such orders, rules, or regulations after the date of union, according to their respective authority under the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. Paragraph 2. Statutes of the Parliament of Canada in force at the date of union, or any part thereof, shall come into force in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador on a day or days to be fixed by Act of the Parliament of Canada, or by proclamation of the Governor-General in Council issued from time to time, and any such proclamation may provide for the repeal of any of the laws of Newfoundland that a. are of general application, b. relate to the same subject matter as the statute or pen thereof so proclaimed, and c. could be repealed by the Parliament of Canada under paragraph 1 of this term. Paragraph 3. Notwithstanding anything in these terms, the Parliament of Canada may, with the consent of the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, repeal any law in force in Newfoundland at the date of union. Paragraph 4. Except as otherwise provided by these terms, all courts of civil and criminal jurisdiction, and all legal commissions, powers, authorities, and functions, and all officers and functionaries, judicial, administrative, and ministerial, existing in Newfoundland at or immediately prior to the date of union, shall continue in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, until altered, abolished, revoked, terminated, or dismissed by the appropriate authority under the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946. Supply. 19. Any statute of Newfoundland enacted prior to the date of union for granting to His Majesty sums of money for defraying expenses of and for other purposes relating to the public service of Newfoundland, for the financial year ending the 31st day of March, 1950, shall have effect after the date of union according to its terms, unless otherwise provided by the legislature of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Patents. 20. Paragraph 1. Subject to this term, Canada will provide that letters patent for inventions issued under the laws of Newfoundland prior to the date of union shall be deemed to have been issued under the laws of Canada, as of the date and for the term thereof. Paragraph 2. Canada will provide further that in the event of conflict between letters patent for an invention issued under the laws of Newfoundland prior to the date of union and letters patent for an invention issued under the laws of Canada prior to the date of union, a. The letters patent issued under the laws of Newfoundland shall have the same force and effect in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, and all rights and privileges acquired under or by virtue thereof may continue to be exercised or enjoyed in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, and b. The letters patent issued under the laws of Canada shall have the same force and effect in any part of Canada other than the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, and all rights and privileges acquired under or by virtue thereof may continue to be exercised or enjoyed in any part of Canada other than the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made. Paragraph 3. The laws of Newfoundland existing at the date of union shall continue to apply in respective applications for the grant of letters patent for inventions under the laws of Newfoundland pending at the date of union, and any letters patent for inventions issued upon such applications shall, for the purposes of this term, be deemed to have been issued under the laws of Newfoundland prior to the date of union, and letters patent for inventions issued under the laws of Canada, upon applications pending at the date of union, shall, for the purposes of this term, be deemed to have been issued under the laws of Canada prior to the date of union. Paragraph 4. Nothing in this term shall be construed to prevent the Parliament of Canada from providing that no claims for infringement of a patent issued in Canada prior to the date of union shall be entertained by any court against any person for any thing done in Newfoundland prior to the date of union in respect of the invention protected by such patent, and that no claims for infringement of a patent issued in Newfoundland prior to the date of union shall be entertained by any court against any person for any thing done in Canada prior to the date of union in respect of the invention protected by such patent. Trademarks. 21. Paragraph 1. Canada will provide that the registration of a trademark under the laws of Newfoundland prior to the date of union shall have the same force and effect in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, and all rights and privileges acquired under or by virtue thereof may continue to be exercised or enjoyed in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made. Paragraph 2. The laws of Newfoundland existing at the date of union shall continue to apply in respect of applications for the registration of trademarks under the laws of Newfoundland pending at the date of union, and any trademarks registered upon such applications shall, for the purposes of this term, be deemed to have been registered under the laws of Newfoundland prior to the date of union. Fisheries. 22. Paragraph 1. In this term, the expression fisheries laws means the Act No. 11 of 1936, entitled An Act for the Creation of the Newfoundland Fisheries Board, the Act No. 14 of 1936, entitled An Act to Prevent the Export of Fish Without License, the Act No. 32 of 1936, entitled An Act to Amend the Newfoundland Fisheries Board Act No. 11 of 1936, the Act No. 37 of 1938, entitled An Act Further to Amend the Newfoundland Fisheries Board Act, 1936, the Act No. 10 of 1942, entitled An Act Respecting Permits for the Exportation of Salt Fish, the Act No. 39 of 1943, entitled An Act Further to Amend the Newfoundland Fisheries Board Act, 1936, the Act No. 16 of 1944, entitled An Act Further to Amend the Newfoundland Fisheries Board Acts, 1936-38, and the Act No. 42 of 1944, entitled An Act Further to Amend the Newfoundland Fisheries Board Act, 1936, insofar as they relate to the export marketing of salted fish from Newfoundland to other countries or to any provinces of Canada. Paragraph 2. Subject to this term, all fisheries laws and all orders, rules, and regulations made thereunder shall continue in force in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as if the union had not been made, for a period of 5 years from the date of union and thereafter until the Parliament of Canada otherwise provides, and shall continue to be administered by the Newfoundland Fisheries Board, and the costs involved in the maintenance of the board and the administration of the fisheries laws shall be borne by the Government of Canada. Paragraph 3. The powers, authorities, and functions vested in or imposed on the Governor in Commission or the Commissioner for Natural Resources under any of the fisheries laws shall after the date of union respectively be vested in or imposed on the Governor-General in Council and the Minister of Fisheries of Canada or such other minister as the Governor-General in Council may designate. Paragraph 4. Any of the fisheries laws may be repealed or altered at any time within the period of 5 years from the date of union by the Parliament of Canada with the consent of the Lieutenant Governor in Council of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and all orders, rules, and regulations made under the authority of any fisheries laws may be revoked or altered by the body or person that made them, or, in relation to matters to which paragraph 3 of this term applies, by the body or person that under the said paragraph 3 has power to make such orders, rules, or regulations under the fisheries laws after the date of union. Paragraph 5. The chairman of the Newfoundland Fisheries Board, or such other member of the Newfoundland Fisheries Board as the Governor-General in Council may designate, shall perform in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador the duties of Chief Supervisor and Chief Inspector of the Department of Fisheries of the Government of Canada, and employees of the Newfoundland Fisheries Board shall become employees in that department in positions comparable to those of the employees in that department in other parts of Canada. Paragraph 6. Terms 11, 12, 13, and 18 are subject to this term. Financial terms. Debt. 23. Canada will assume and provide for the servicing and retirement of the stock issued or to be issued on the security of Newfoundland pursuant to the Loan Act 1933 of Newfoundland, and will take over the sinking fund established under that act. Financial surplus. 24. Paragraph 1. In this term, the expression financial surplus means the balances standing to the credit of the Newfoundland Exchequer at the date of union, less such sums as may be required to discharge accounts payable at the date of union in respect of appropriations for the public services, and any public moneys or public revenue, including loans and advances referred to in term 25, in respect of any matter, thing, or period prior to the date of union recovered by the government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador subsequent to the date of union. Paragraph 2. Newfoundland will retain its financial surplus subject to the following conditions. A. 1/3 of the surplus shall be set aside during the first 8 years from the date of union, on deposit with the Government of Canada, to be withdrawn by the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador only for expenditures on current account to facilitate the maintenance and improvement of Newfoundland public services, and any portion of this 1/3 of the surplus remaining unspent at the end of the 8-year period shall become available to the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador without the foregoing restriction. B. The remaining 2/3 of the surplus shall be available to the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador for the development of resources and for the establishment or extension of public services within the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And C. No part of the surplus shall be used to subsidize the production or sale of products of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador in unfair competition with similar products of other provinces in Canada. But nothing in this paragraph shall preclude the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador from assisting industry by developmental loans on reasonable conditions, or by ordinary provincial administrative services. Paragraph 3. The Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador will have the right within 1 year from the date of union to deposit with the Government of Canada all or any part of its financial surplus held in dollars, and on the 31st day of March and the 30th day of September in each year to receive with respect thereto interest at the rate of 2 5/8% per annum during a maximum period of 10 years from the date of union on the minimum balance outstanding at any time during the 6-month period preceding payment of interest. Loans. 25. Paragraph 1. The Province of Newfoundland and Labrador will retain its interest in, and any securities arising from or attaching to, any loans or advances of public funds made by the Government of Newfoundland prior to the date of union. Paragraph 2. Unless otherwise agreed to by the Government of Canada, Paragraph 1 of this term shall not apply to any loans or advances relating to any works, property, or services taken over by Canada pursuant to Term 31 or Term 33. Subsidies. 26. Canada will pay to the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador the following subsidies. A. An annual subsidy of $180,000 and an annual subsidy equal to 80 cents per head of the population of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador, being taken at 325,000 until the first decennial census after the date of union, subject to be increased to conform to the scale of grants authorized by the British North America Act 1907 for the local purposes of the province and support of its government and legislature, but in no year shall sums payable under this paragraph be less than those payable in the first year after the date of union. And B. An additional annual subsidy of $1,100,000 payable for the like purposes as the various fixed annual allowances and subsidies provided by statutes of the Parliament of Canada from time to time, for the provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island, or any of them, and in recognition of the special problems of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador by reason of geography and its sparse and scattered population. Tax Agreement. 27. Paragraph 1. The Government of Canada will forthwith, after the date of union, make an offer to the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador to enter into a tax agreement for the rental to the Government of Canada of the income, corporation income, and corporation tax fields, and the succession duties tax field. Paragraph 2. The offer to be made under this term will be similar to the offers to enter into tax agreements made to other provinces, necessary changes being made to adapt the offer to circumstances arising out of the Union, except that the offer will provide that the agreement may be entered into either for a number of fiscal years expiring at the end of the fiscal year in 1952, as is the case of other provinces, or for a number of fiscal years expiring at the end of the fiscal year in 1957, at the option of the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador. But if the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador accepts the latter option, the agreement will provide that the subsequent entry into a tax agreement by the Government of Canada with any other province will not entitle the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador to any alteration in the terms of its agreement. Paragraph 3. The offer of the Government of Canada to be made under this term may be accepted by the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador within 9 months after the date of the offer, but if it is not so accepted will thereupon expire. Paragraph 4. The Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall not, by any agreement entered into pursuant to this term, be required to impose on any person or corporation taxation repugnant to the provisions of any contract entered into with such person or corporation before the date of the agreement and subsisting at the date of the agreement. Paragraph 5. If the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador enters into a tax agreement pursuant to this term, the subsidies payable under Term 26 will, as in the case of similar subsidies to other provinces, be included in the computation of tax agreement payments. Transitional Grants. 28. Paragraph 1. In order to facilitate the adjustment of Newfoundland to the status of a province of Canada, and the development by the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador of revenue-producing services, Canada will pay to the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador each year during the first 12 years after the date of union a transitional grant as follows, payment in each year to be made in equal quarterly installments commencing on the first day of April, namely, first year, $6,500,000, second year, $6,500,000, third year, $6,500,000, fourth year, $5,650,000, fifth year, $4,800,000, sixth year, $3,950,000, seventh year, $3,100,000, eighth year, $2,250,000, ninth year, $1,400,000, 10th year, $1,050,000, 11th year, $700,000, 12th year, $350,000. Paragraph 2. The Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador will have the right to leave on deposit with the Government of Canada any portion of the transitional grant for the first 8 years, with the right to withdraw all or any portion thereof in any subsequent year, and on the 31st day of March and the 30th day of September in each year, to receive in respect of any amount so left on deposit, interest at the rate of 2 5/8 per centum per annum, up to a maximum period of 10 years from the date of union, on the minimum balance outstanding at any time during the 6-month period preceding payment of interest. Review of financial position. 29. In view of the difficulty of predicting with sufficient accuracy the financial consequences to Newfoundland of becoming a province of Canada, the Government of Canada will appoint a Royal Commission within 8 years from the date of union to review the financial position of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and to recommend the form and scale of additional financial assistance, if any, that may be required by the Government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to enable it to continue public services at the levels and standards reached subsequent to the date of union, without resorting to taxation more burdensome, having regard to capacity to pay, than that obtaining generally in the region comprising the maritime provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. Miscellaneous provisions. Salaries of Lieutenant Governor and Judges. 30. The salary of the Lieutenant Governor and the salaries, allowances, and pensions of judges of such superior, district, and county courts as are now, or may hereafter be constituted in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, shall be fixed and provided by the Parliament of Canada. Public services, works, and property. 31. At the date of union, or as soon thereafter as practicable, Canada will take over the following services and will, as from the date of union, relieve the province of Newfoundland and Labrador of the public costs incurred in respect of each service taken over, namely, A. The Newfoundland Railway, including steamship and other marine services. B. The Newfoundland Hotel, if requested by the government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador within 6 months from the date of union. C. Postal and publicly owned telecommunications services. D. Civil aviation, including Gander Airport. E. Customs and excise. F. Defence. G. Protection and encouragement of fisheries and operation of bait services. H. Geological, topographical, geodetic and hydrographic surveys. I. Lighthouses, fog alarms, buoys, beacons, and other public works and services in aid of navigation and shipping. J. Marine hospitals, quarantine, and the care of shipwrecked crews. K. The public radio broadcasting system. And L. Other public services similar in kind to those provided at the date of union for the people of Canada generally. 32. Paragraph 1. Canada will maintain, in accordance with the traffic, offering a freight and passenger steamship service between North Sydney and Port aux Basques, which, on completion of a motor highway between Corner Brook and Port aux Basques, will include suitable provision for the carriage of motor vehicles. Paragraph 2. For the purpose of railway rate regulation, the island of Newfoundland will be included in the maritime region of Canada, and through traffic moving between North Sydney and Port aux Basques will be treated as all rail traffic. Paragraph 3. All legislation of the Parliament of Canada providing for special rates on traffic moving within, into, or out of the maritime region will, as far as appropriate, be made applicable to the island of Newfoundland. 33. The following public works and property of Newfoundland shall become the property of Canada when the service concerned is taken over by Canada, subject to any trusts existing in respect thereof, and to any interest other than that of Newfoundland in the same, namely, A. The Newfoundland Railway, including rights of way, wharves, dry docks, and other real property, rolling stock, equipment, ships, and other personal property. B. The Newfoundland Airport at Gander, including buildings and equipment, together with any other property used for the operation of the airport. C. The Newfoundland Hotel and equipment. D. Public harbours, wharves, breakwaters, and aids to navigation. E. Bait depots and the motor vessel Malakoff. F. Military and naval property, stores, and equipment. G. Public dredges and vessels, except those used for services that remain the responsibility of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and except the 9 motor vessels known as the Clarenville boats. H. The public telecommunications system, including rights of way, landlines, cables, telephones, radio stations, and other real and personal property. I. Real and personal property of the Broadcasting Corporation of Newfoundland. And J. Subject to the provisions of Term 34, customs houses and post offices, and generally all public works and property, real and personal, used primarily for services taken over by Canada. 34. Where at the date of union any public buildings of Newfoundland included in paragraph I of Term 33 are used partly for services taken over by Canada and partly for services of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, the following provisions shall apply. A. Where more than half the floor space of a building is used for services taken over by Canada, the building shall become the property of Canada, and where more than half the floor space of a building is used for services of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, the building shall remain the property of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Canada shall be entitled to rent from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, on terms to be mutually agreed, such space in the buildings owned by the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as is used for the services taken over by Canada, and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador shall be entitled to rent from Canada, on terms to be mutually agreed, such space in the buildings owned by Canada as is used for the services of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. C. The division of buildings for the purposes of this term shall be made by agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as soon as practicable after the date of union. And D. If the division in accordance with the foregoing provisions results in either Canada or the province of Newfoundland and Labrador having a total ownership that is substantially out of proportion to the total floor space used for its services, an adjustment of the division will be made by mutual agreement between the two governments. 35. Newfoundland public works and property not transferred to Canada by or under these terms will remain the property of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. 36. Without prejudice to the legislative authority of the Parliament of Canada under the British North America Acts 1867 to 1946, any works, property, or services taken over by Canada pursuant to these terms shall thereupon be subject to the legislative authority of the Parliament of Canada. Natural resources. 37. All lands, mines, minerals, and royalties belonging to Newfoundland at the date of union, and all sums then due or payable for any lands, mines, minerals, or royalties, shall belong to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, subject to any trusts existing in respect thereof, and to any interest other than that of the province in the same. Veterans. 38. Canada will make available to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans the following benefits on the same basis as they are from time to time available to Canadian veterans, as if the Newfoundland and Labrador veterans had served in His Majesty's Canadian Forces, namely: A. The War Veterans Allowance Act, 1946, free hospitalization and treatment, and civil service preference will be extended to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans who served in the First World War or the Second World War or both. B. Canada will assume as from the date of union the Newfoundland pension liability in respect of the First World War, and in respect of the Second World War, Canada will assume as from the date of union the cost of supplementing disability and dependence pensions paid by the Government of the United Kingdom or an allied country to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans up to the level of the Canadian rates of pensions, and, in addition, Canada will pay pensions arising from disabilities that are pensionable under Canadian law, but not pensionable either under the laws of the United Kingdom or under the laws of an allied country. C. The Veterans Land Act, 1942, Part 4 of the Unemployment Insurance Act, 1940, the Veterans Business and Professional Loans Act, and the Veterans Insurance Act will be extended to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans who served in the Second World War. D. A re-establishment credit will be made available to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans who served in the Second World War, equal to the re-establishment credit that might have been made available to them under the War Service Grants Act, 1944, if their service in the Second World War had been service in the Canadian Forces, less the amount of any pecuniary benefits of the same nature granted or paid by the government of any country other than Canada. E. Canada will assume, as from the date of union, the cost of vocational and educational training of Newfoundland and Labrador veterans of the Second World War on the same basis as if they had served in His Majesty's Canadian Forces, and F. Sections 6, 7, and 8 of the Veterans Rehabilitation Act will be extended to Newfoundland and Labrador veterans of the Second World War who have not received similar benefits from the government of any country other than Canada. Public Servants. 39. Paragraph 1. Employees of the Government of Newfoundland in the services taken over by Canada pursuant to these terms will be offered employment in these services or in similar Canadian services under the terms and conditions from time to time governing employment in those services, but without reduction in salary or loss of pension rights acquired by reason of service in Newfoundland. Paragraph 2. Canada will provide the pensions for such employees so that the employees will not be prejudiced, and the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador will reimburse Canada for the pensions for, or at its option make to Canada contributions in respect of, the service of these employees with the Government of Newfoundland prior to the date of union. But these payments or contributions will be such that the burden on the Government of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador in respect of pension rights acquired by reason of service in Newfoundland will not be increased by reason of the transfer. Paragraph 3. Pensions of employees of the Government of Newfoundland who were retired on pension before the service concerned is taken over by Canada will remain the responsibility of the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Welfare and other public services. 40. Subject to these terms, Canada will extend to the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador, on the same basis and subject to the same terms and conditions as in the case of other provinces of Canada, the welfare and other public services provided from time to time by Canada for the people of Canada generally, which, in addition to the veterans' benefits, unemployment insurance benefits, and merchant seaman benefits set out in terms 38, 41, and 42 respectively, include family allowances under the Family Allowances Act, 1944, unemployment insurance under the Unemployment Insurance Act, 1940, sick mariners' benefits for merchant seamen and fishermen under the Canada Shipping Act, 1934, assistance for housing under the National Housing Act, 1944, and, subject to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador entering into the necessary agreements or making the necessary contributions, financial assistance under the National Physical Fitness Act for carrying out plans of physical fitness, health grants, and contributions under the Old Age Pensions Act for old age pensions and pensions for the blind. Unemployment insurance. 41. Paragraph 1. Subject to this term, Canada will provide that residents of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in insurable employment who lose their employment within 6 months prior to the date of union and are still unemployed at that date, or who lose their employment within a 2-year period after that date, will be entitled for a period of 6 months from the date of union, or 6 months from the date of unemployment, whichever is the later, to assistance on the same scale and under the same conditions as unemployment insurance benefits. Paragraph 2. The rates of payment will be based on the individual's wage record for the 3 months preceding his loss of employment, and to qualify for assistance a person must have been employed in insurable employment for at least 30% of the working days within the period of 3 months preceding his loss of employment, or 30% of the working days within the period since the date of union, whichever period is the longer. Merchant seamen. 42. Paragraph 1. Canada will make available to Newfoundland and Labrador merchant seamen who served in the Second World War on British ships or on ships of Allied countries employed in service essential to the prosecution of the war, the following benefits, on the same basis as they are from time to time available to Canadian merchant seamen, as if they had served on Canadian ships, namely, A. Disability and dependence pensions will be paid, if disability occurred as a result of enemy action or counteraction, including extraordinary marine hazards occasioned by the war, and a Newfoundland and Labrador merchant seaman in receipt of a pension from the government of the United Kingdom or an allied country will be entitled, during residence in Canada, to have his pension raised to the Canadian level, and B. Free hospitalization and treatment, vocational training, the Veterans Land Act 1942, and the Veterans Insurance Act will be extended to disability pensioners. Paragraph 2. Vocational training, Part 4 of the Unemployment Insurance Act 1940 and the Veterans Insurance Act, will be extended to Newfoundland and Labrador merchant seamen who were eligible for a special bonus or a war service bonus on the same basis as if they were Canadian merchant seamen. Paragraph 3. The Unemployment Insurance Act 1940 and the Merchant Seamen Compensation Act will be applied to Newfoundland and Labrador merchant seamen as they are applied to other Canadian merchant seamen. Citizenship. 43. Suitable provision will be made for the extension of the Canadian citizenship laws to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Defence establishments. 44. Canada will provide for the maintenance in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador of appropriate reserve units of the Canadian Defence Forces, which will include the Newfoundland Regiment. Economic Survey. 45. Paragraph 1. Should the government of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador institute an economic survey of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador with a view to determining what resources may profitably be developed and what new industries may be established or existing industries expanded, the Government of Canada will make available the services of its technical employees and agencies to assist in the work. Paragraph 2. As soon as may be practicable after the date of union, the Government of Canada will make a special effort to collect and make available statistical and scientific data about the natural resources and economy of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, in order to bring such information up to the standard attained for the other provinces of Canada. Oleomargarine. 46. Paragraph 1. Oleomargarine or margarine may be manufactured or sold in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador after the date of the Union, and the Parliament of Canada shall not prohibit or restrict any manufacture or sale, except at the request of the legislature of the province of Newfoundland. But nothing in this term shall affect the power of the Parliament of Canada to require compliance with standards of quality applicable throughout Canada. Paragraph 2. unless the Parliament of Canada otherwise provides, or unless the sale and manufacture in, and the interprovincial movement between, all provinces of Canada other than Newfoundland and Labrador, of oleomargarine and margarine, is lawful under the laws of Canada, oleomargarine or margarine shall not be sent, shipped, brought, or carried from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador into any other province of Canada. Income taxes, 47. In order to assist in the transition to payment of income tax on a current basis, Canada will provide in respect of persons, including corporations, resident in Newfoundland at the date of union, who were not resident in Canada in 1949 prior to the date of union, and in respect of income that under the laws of Canada in force immediately prior to the date of union was not liable to taxation, as follows. A. That prior to the first day of July 1949, no payment will be required or deduction made from such income on account of income tax. B. That for income tax purposes no person shall be required to report such income for any period prior to the date of union. C. That no person shall be liable to Canada for income tax in respect to such income for any period prior to the date of union. And D. That for individuals an amount of income tax for the 1949 taxation year on income for the period after the date of union shall be forgiven, so that the tax on all earned income and on investment income of not more than $2,250 will be reduced to one-half the tax that would have been payable for the whole year if the income for the period prior to the date of union were at the same rate as that subsequent to such date. Statute of Westminster, 48. From and after the date of union, the Statute of Westminster 1931 shall apply to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador as it applies to the other provinces of Canada. Saving, 49. Nothing in these terms shall be construed as relieving any person from any obligation with respect to the employment of Newfoundland labour incurred or assumed in return for any concession or privilege granted or conferred by the Government of Newfoundland prior to the date of union. Coming into force. 50. These terms are agreed to subject to their being approved by the Parliament of Canada and the Government of Newfoundland, shall take effect notwithstanding the Newfoundland Act 1933, or any instrument issued pursuant thereto, and shall come into force immediately before the expiration of the 31st day of March 1949, if His Majesty has theretofore given his assent to an Act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, confirming the same. Signed in duplicate at Ottawa this 11th day of December 1948. On behalf of Canada, signed, Louis S. Saint Laurent. Signed, Brooke Claxton. On behalf of Newfoundland, signed, Albert J. Walsh. Signed, F. Gordon Bradley. Signed, Philip Grushey. Signed, John P. McAvoy. Signed, Joseph R. Smallwood. Signed, G. A. Winter. Schedule. In this schedule, the expression district means district as named and delimited in the Act 22, George V, Chapter 7, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 2 of the Consolidated Statutes of Newfoundland, 3rd Series, entitled Of the House of Assembly. Grand Falls White Bay shall consist of the districts of White Bay, Green Bay, and Grand Falls, and all the territory within a radius of 5 miles of the railway station at Gander, together with the coast of Labrador and the islands adjacent thereto. Bonavista Twillingate shall consist of the districts of Twillingate, Fogo, Bonavista North, and Bonavista South, but shall not include any part of the territory within a radius of 5 miles from the railway station at Gander. Trinity Conception shall consist of the districts of Trinity North, Trinity South, Carbonear Bay de Verde, Harbour Grace, and Port de Grave. St. John's East shall consist of the district of Harbour Main, Bell Island, and that part of the province bounded as follows, that is to say, by a line commencing at a point where the centre line of Beck's Cove Hill intersects the north shore of the harbour of St. John's, thence following the centre line of Beck's Cove Hill to the centre of Duckworth Street, thence westerly along the centre line of Duckworth Street to the centre of Theatre Hill, thence following the centre line of Theatre Hill to the centre of Carter's Hill, thence following the centre line of Carter's Hill and Carter's Street to the centre of Freshwater Road, thence following the centre line of Freshwater Road to its intersection with the centre of Kenmount Road, and thence along the centre line of Kenmount Road to its intersection with the northeastern boundary of the district of Harbour Main, Bell Island, thence along the said northeastern boundary of the district of Harbour, Maine, Bell Island, to the shore of Conception Bay, and thence following the coastline around Cape St. Francis, and on to the narrows of St. John's Harbour, and continuing along by the north shore of St. John's Harbour to a point on the north shore of the said harbour intersected by the centre line of Beck's Cove Hill, the point of commencement. St. John's West shall consist of the districts of Placentia, St. Mary's, and Ferryland, and that part of the province bounded as follows, that is to say, by a line commencing at the Motion Head of Petty Harbour, and running in a straight line to the northern Gould's Bridge, locally known as Doyle's Bridge, thence following the centre line of Doyle's Road to Short's Road, thence in a straight line to a point 1 mile west of Quigley's, thence in a straight line to the point where the northeastern boundary of the district of Harbour, Maine, Bell Island, intersects Kenmount Road, thence along the centre line of Kenmount Road and Freshwater Road to Carter's Street, thence down the centre line of Carter's Street and Carter's Hill to Theatre Hill, and thence along the centre line of said Theatre Hill to the centre line of Duckworth Street, and thence easterly along the centre line of Duckworth Street to the top of Beck's Cove Hill, thence from the centre line of said Beck's Cove Hill to the shore of St. John's Harbour, and thence following the shore of St. John's Harbour and passing through the Narrows by the north of Fort Amherst, and thence following the coastline southerly to the Motion Head of Petty Harbour, the point of commencement. Burin-Burgeo shall consist of the districts of Placentia West, Burin, Fortune Bay, Hermitage, and Burgeo and Lapoille, and all the unorganized territory bounded on the north and west by the district of Grand Falls, on the south by the districts of Burgeo and Lapoille, and Fortune Bay Hermitage, on the east by the districts of Trinity North, Bonavista South, and Bonavista North. Humber St. George's shall consist of the districts of St. George's Port-au-Port, Humber, and St. Barbe, and all the unorganized territory bounded on the north by the district of Humber, on the east by the district of Grand Falls, on the south by the district of Burgeo and Lapoille, and on the west by the district of St. George's Port-au-Port. End of British North America Act, 1949, Newfoundland Act. Read by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
C. Vegetable Dishes from Cassell's Vegetarian Cookery by A.G. Payne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. C. Vegetables from Cassell's Vegetarian Cookery. Cabbage soup. Take a white cabbage and slice it up and throw it into some stock or water with some leeks and slices of turnip. Boil the whole till the vegetables are tender. Flavor with pepper and salt. This is sometimes called Cornish broth, though in Cornwall a piece of meat or bones are generally boiled with vegetables. As no meat, of course, is used, too much water must not be added, but only sufficient liquor must be served to make the vegetables thoroughly moist. Perhaps the consistency can best be described by saying that there should be equal quantities of vegetables and fluid. Carrot soup. If you wish the soup to be of a good color, you must only use the outside or red part of the carrot, in which case a dozen large carrots will be required. If economy is practiced, half this quantity will be sufficient. Take, say, half a dozen carrots, a small head of celery, and 1 onion, and throw them into boiling water for a few minutes in order to preserve the color. Then drain them off and place them in a saucepan with a couple of ounces of butter to prevent them sticking and burning, and place the saucepan on a very slack fire and let them stew so that the steam can escape, but take care they don't burn or get brown. Now add 1 quart or 2 quarts of stock or water and boil them till they are tender. Then rub the whole through a wire sieve. Add a little butter, pounded sugar, pepper, and salt. The amount of liquid added must entirely depend upon the size of the carrots. It is better to add too little than too much, but the consistency of the soup should be like ordinary pea soup. It does not do to have the soup watery. If only the outside parts of carrots are used, and this red part is thrown, at starting, into boiling water to preserve its color, this soup, when made thick, has a very bright and handsome appearance, and is suitable for occasions when a little extra hospitality is exercised. The inside part of the carrot, if not used for making the soup, need not be wasted, but can be used for making stock, or served in a dish of mixed vegetables on some other occasion. Cauliflower soup. Take 3 or 4 small cauliflowers, or 2 large ones, soak them in salt and water, and boil them in some water till they are nearly tender. Take them out, and break the cauliflower so that you get 2 or 3 dozen little pieces out of the heart of the cauliflower, somewhat resembling miniature bouquets. Put the rest of the cauliflower back into the water in which it was boiled, with the exception of the green part of the leaves, with an onion and some of the white part of a head of celery. Let all boil till the water has nearly boiled away. Now rub all this through a wire sieve, onions, celery, cauliflower, and all. Add to it sufficient boiling milk to make the whole of the consistency of pea soup. Add a little butter, pepper, and salt. Throw in those little pieces of cauliflower that had been reserved a minute or 2 before serving the soup. It is an improvement to boil 2 or 3 bay leaves with the milk, and also a very great improvement indeed to add a little boiling cream. Fried or toasted bread should be served with the soup. Celery soup. Take half a dozen heads of celery, or a smaller quantity if the heads of celery are very large. Throw away all the green part and cut up the celery into small pieces, with 1 onion sliced, and place them in a frying pan, or, better still, in an enameled stew pan, and stew them in a little butter, taking great care that the celery does not turn color. Now add sufficient water or stock, and let it all boil till the celery becomes quite tender. Let it boil till it becomes a pulp, and then rub the whole through a wire sieve. Next, boil separately from 1 to 2 quarts of milk, according to the quantity of celery pulp, and boil a couple of bay leaves in the milk. As soon as the milk boils, add it to the celery pulp. Flavor the soup with pepper and salt. Serve fried or toasted bread with the soup. It is needless to say that all these white soups are greatly improved both in appearance and flavor by the addition of a little cream. Cabbage, plain boiled. Ordinary young cabbages should be first trimmed by having the outside leaves removed, the stalks cut off, and then should be cut in halves and allowed to soak some time in salt and water. They should be thrown into plenty of boiling water. The water should be kept boiling and uncovered. As soon as they are tender, they should be strained off and served immediately. Young summer cabbages will not take longer than a quarter of an hour, or even less. Old cabbages take nearly double that time. It is impossible to lay down any exact rule with regard to time. Savoys generally take about half an hour. The large white cabbages met with in the west of England take longer and require a different treatment. When cabbage is served as a dish by itself, it will be found a great improvement to add either butter or oil to moisten the cabbage after it is thoroughly drained off. In order to ensure the butter not oiling, but adhering to the cabbage, it is best after the butter is added, and while you mix it with the cabbage, to shake the flour dredger 2 or 3 times over the vegetable. In Germany, many add vinegar and sugar to the cabbage. Cabbage, large white. In the west of England, cabbages grow to an immense size, owing, probably, to the moist heat, and have been exhibited in agricultural shows over 20 pounds in weight and as big as an 18-gallon cask. These cabbages are best boiled as follows. After being cut up and thoroughly washed, it will be found that the greater part of the cabbage resembles what in ordinary cabbage would be called stalk, and of course the leaves vary very considerably in thickness from the hard stalk end up to the leaf. Have plenty of boiling water ready salted. Now cut off the stalk part where it is thickest and throw this in first. Wait till the water comes to the boil again and let it boil for a few minutes. Then throw in the next thickest part and again wait till the water reboils, and so on, reserving the thin, leafy part to be thrown in last of all. By this means, and this only, do we get the cabbage boiled uniformly. Had we thrown it all at once, one of two things would be inevitable. Either the stalk would be too hard to be eaten, or the leafy part overboiled. A large white cabbage takes about an hour to boil tender, and a piece of soda should be added to the water. When the cabbage is well drained, it can be served either plain or moistened, and made to look oily by the addition of a piece of butter. As the cabbage is very white, the dish is very much improved by the addition of a little chopped parsley sprinkled over the top, not for the sake of flavor, but appearance. Cabbage and cream. Ordinary cabbages are sometimes served stewed with a little cream. They should be first parboiled, then the moisture squeezed from them, and then they must be put in a stew pan with a little butter, pepper, salt, and nutmeg, and a spoonful of flour should be shaken over the cabbage in order to prevent the butter being too oily. When the cabbage is stewed till it is perfectly tender, add a few spoonfuls of cream, stir up, and make the whole thoroughly hot, and serve with fried or toasted bread. Cabbage, red. Red cabbages are chiefly used for pickling. They are sometimes served fresh. They should be cut across so that the cabbage shreds, boiled till they are tender, the moisture thoroughly extracted, and then put into a stew pan with a little butter, pepper, and salt, and a few shakes of flour from the flour dredger. After stirring for 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, squeeze the juice of a lemon over them, and serve. Carrots, boiled. When carrots are boiled and served as a course by themselves, they ought to be young. This dish is constantly met with abroad in early summer, but is rarely seen in England, except at the tables of vegetarians. The carrots should be trimmed, thoroughly washed, and, if necessary, slightly scraped, and the point at the end, which looks like a piece of string, should be cut off. They should be thrown into fast boiling water, salted, in order to preserve their color. When tender, they can be served with some kind of good white sauce, or sauce allemande, or Dutch sauce. Perhaps this latter sauce is best of all, as it looks like rich custard. Part of the red carrot should show uncovered by any sauce. They are best placed in a circle, and the thick sauce poured in the center. A very little chopped blanched parsley can be sprinkled on the top of the sauce. In making Dutch sauce for carrots, use lemon juice instead of tarragon vinegar. Carrots, fried. Fried carrots can be made from full-grown carrots. They must be first parboiled and then cut in slices. They must then be dipped in well-beaten-up egg, and then covered with fine, dry breadcrumbs, and fried a nice brown in smoking hot oil in a frying basket. The slices of carrot should be peppered and salted before being dipped in the egg. Carrots, mashed. When carrots are very old, they are best mashed. Boil them for some time, then cut them up and rub them through a wire sieve. They can be pressed in a basin and made hot by being steamed. A little butter, pepper, and salt should be added to the mixture. A very pretty dish can be made by means of mixing mashed carrots with mashed turnips. They can be shaped in a basin, and, with a little ingenuity, can be put into red and white stripes. The effect is something like the top of a striped tent. Cauliflower au gratin. This is a very nice method of serving cauliflower as a course by itself. The cauliflower or cauliflowers should first be boiled till thoroughly tender, very carefully drained, and then placed upright in a vegetable dish with the flower part uppermost. The whole of the flower part should then be masked, i.e. covered over, with some thick white sauce. Allemande sauce or Dutch sauce will do. This is then sprinkled over with grated Parmesan cheese, and the dish put in the oven for the top to brown. As soon as it begins to brown, take it out of the oven and finish it off neatly with a salamander. A red-hot shovel will do. The same way you finish cheesecakes made from curds. Cauliflower and tomato sauce. Boil and place the cauliflower or flowers upright in a dish, as in the above recipe. Now, mask all the flower part very neatly, commencing round the edges first, with some tomato conserve, previously made warm, and serve immediately. This is a very pretty looking dish. Celery, stewed. The secret of having good stewed celery is only to cook the white part. Throw the celery into boiling water, with only sufficient water just to cover it. When the celery is tender, use some of the water in which it is stewed to make a sauce to serve with it, or better still, stew the celery in milk. The sauce looks best when it is thickened with the yolks of eggs. A very nice sauce indeed can be made by first thickening the milk or water in which the celery is stewed with a little white roux, and then adding a quarter of a pint of cream boiled separately. Stewed celery should be served on toast, like asparagus. A little chopped blanched parsley can be sprinkled over the white sauce by way of ornament, and fried bread should be placed round the edge of the dish. Stewed celery can also be served with sauce Allemande or Dutch sauce. End of Sea Vegetable Dishes from Cassell's Vegetarian Cookery by A.G. Payne.
Father Damien, an open letter to the Reverend Dr. Hyde of Honolulu from Robert Louis Stevenson by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sydney, February 25, 1890. Sir, it may probably occur to you that we have met and visited and conversed on my side with interest. You may remember that you have done me several courtesies for which I was prepared to be grateful. But there are duties which come before gratitude, and offenses which justly divide friends far more acquaintances. Your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage is a document which, in my sight, if you had filled me with bread when I was starving, if you had sat up to nurse my father when he lay a-dying, would yet absolve me from the bonds of gratitude. You know enough, doubtless, of the process of canonization to be aware that, 100 years after the death of Damien, there will appear a man charged with the painful office of the devil's advocate. After that noble brother of mine and of all frail clay shall have lain a century at rest, one shall accuse, one defend him. The circumstance is unusual that the devil's advocate should be a volunteer, should be a member of a sect immediately rival, and should make haste to take upon himself his ugly office ere the bones are cold. Unusual, and of a taste which I shall leave my readers free to qualify. Unusual, and to me inspiring. If I have at all learned the trade of using words to convey truth and to arouse emotion, you have at last furnished me with a subject. For it is in the interest of all mankind, and the cause of public decency in every quarter of the world, not only that Damien should be righted, but that you and your letter should be displayed at length in their true colors to the public eye. To do this properly, I must begin by quoting you at large. I shall then proceed to criticize your utterance from several points of view, divine and human, in the course of which I shall attempt to draw again, and with more specification, the character of the dead saint whom it has pleased you to vilify. So much being done, I shall say farewell to you forever. Quote, Honolulu, August 2, 1889. Reverend H.B. Gage. Dear Brother, in answer to your inquiries about Father Damien, I can only reply that we who knew the man are surprised at the extravagant newspaper laudations, as if he was a most saintly philanthropist. The simple truth is, he was a coarse, dirty man, headstrong and bigoted. He was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders, did not stay at the leper settlement before he came one himself, but circulated freely over the whole island. Less than half the island is devoted to lepers. And he came often to Honolulu. He had no hand in the reforms and improvements inaugurated, which were the work of our Board of Health, as occasion required and means were provided. He was not a pure man in his relations with women, and the leprosy of which he died should be attributed to his vices and carelessness. Others have done much for the lepers, our own ministers, the government physicians, and so forth, but never with the Catholic idea of meriting eternal life. Yours, etc., C.M. Hyde. Footnote. From the Sydney Presbyterian, October 26, 1889. End of footnote. End quotes. To deal fitly with a letter so extraordinary, I must draw at the outset on my private knowledge of the signatory and his sect. It may offend others, scarcely you, who have been so busy to collect, so bold to publish, gossip on your rivals. And this is perhaps the moment when I may best explain to you the character of what you are to read. I conceive you as a man quite beyond and below the reticences of civility. With what measure you meet, with that shall it be measured you again. With you, at last, I rejoice to feel the button off the foil and to plunge home. And if in aught that I shall say I should offend others, your colleagues, whom I respect and remember with affection, I can but offer them my regret. I am not free. I am inspired by the consideration of interests far more large, and such pain as can be inflicted by anything from me must be indeed trifling when compared with the pain with which they read your letter. It is not the hangman, but the criminal, that brings dishonor on the house. You belong, sir, to a sect, I believe my sect, and that in which my ancestors labored, which has enjoyed and partly failed to utilize an exceptional advantage in the islands of Hawaii. The first missionaries came. They found the land already self-purged of its old and bloody faith. They were embraced, almost upon their arrival, with enthusiasm. What troubles they supported came far more from whites than from Hawaiians. And to these last they stood, in a rough figure, in the shoes of God. This is not the place to enter into the degree or causes of their failure, such as it is. One element alone is pertinent, and must here be plainly dealt with. In the course of their evangelical calling, they, or too many of them, grew rich. It may be news to you that the houses of missionaries are a cause of mocking on the streets of Honolulu. It will at least be news to you that when I returned your civil visit, the driver of my cab commented on the size, the taste, and the comfort of your home. It would have been news certainly to myself had anyone told me that afternoon that I should live to drag such a matter into print. But you see, sir, how you degrade better men to your own level, and it is needful that those who are to judge betwixt you and me, betwixt Damien and the devil's advocate, should understand your letter to have been penned in a house which could raise, and that very justly, the envy and comments of the passers-by. I think, to employ a phrase of yours which I admire, it should be attributed to you that you have never visited the scene of Damien's life and death. If you had, and had recalled it, and looked about your pleasant rooms, even your pen perhaps would have been stayed. Your sect, and remember, as far as any sect avows me, it is mine, has not done ill in a worldly sense in the Hawaiian kingdom. When calamity befell their innocent parishioners, when leprosy descended and took root in the 8 islands, a quid pro quo was to be looked for. To that prosperous mission, and to you as one of its adornments, God had sent at last an opportunity. I know I am touching here upon a nerve acutely sensitive. I know that others of your colleagues look back on the inertia of your church and the intrusive and decisive heroism of Damien with something almost to be called remorse. I am sure it is so with yourself. I am persuaded your letter was inspired by a certain envy, not essentially ignoble, and the one human trait to be espied in that performance. You were thinking of the lost chance, the past day, of that which should have been conceived and was not, of the service due and not rendered. Time was, said the voice in your ear, in your pleasant room, as you sat raging and writing, and if the words written were based beyond parallel, the rage, I am happy to repeat, it is the only compliment I shall pay you. The rage was almost virtuous. But, sir, when we have failed and another has succeeded, when we have stood by and another has stepped in, when we sit and grow bulky in our charming mansions, and a plain, uncouth peasant steps into the battle under the eyes of God, and succors the afflicted, and consoles the dying, and is himself afflicted in his turn, and dies upon the field of honor, the battle cannot be retrieved as your unhappy irritation has suggested. It is a lost battle, and lost forever. One thing remained to you in your defeat, some rags of common honor, and these you have made haste to cast away. Common honor, not the honor of having done anything right, but the honor of not having done aught conspicuously foul. The honor of the inert, that was what remained to you. We are not all expected to be Damiens. A man may conceive his duty more narrowly, he may love his comforts better, and none will cast a stone at him for that. But will a gentleman of your reverend profession allow me an example from the fields of gallantry? When 2 gentlemen compete for the favor of a lady, and the one succeeds and the other is rejected, and, as will sometimes happen, matter damaging to the successful rival's credit reaches the ear of the defeated, it is held by plain men of no pretensions that his mouth is, in the circumstance, almost necessarily closed. Your church and Damien's were in Hawaii upon a rivalry to do well, to help, to edify, to set divine examples. You having, in one huge instance, failed, and Damien succeeded, I marvel it should not have occurred to you that you were doomed to silence, that when you had been outstripped in that high rivalry and sat inglorious in the midst of your well-being, in your pleasant room, and Damien, crowned with glories and horrors, toiled and rotted in that pigsty of his under the cliffs of Kalawao, you, the elect who would not, were the last man on earth to collect and propagate gossip on the volunteer who would and did. I think I see you, for I try to see you in the flesh as I write these sentences. I think I see you leap at the word pigsty, a hyperbolical expression at the best. He had no hand in the reforms. He was a coarse, dirty man. Those were your own words, and you may think it possible that I am come to support you with fresh evidence. In a sense, it is even so. Damien has been too much depicted with a conventional halo and conventional features, so drawn by men who perhaps had not the eye to remark or the pen to express the individual, or who perhaps were only blinded and silenced by generous admiration, such as I partly envy for myself, such as you, if your soul were enlightened, would envy on your bended knees. It is the least defect of such a method of portraiture that it makes the path easy for the devil's advocate and leaves the misuse of the slanderer a considerable field of truth. For the truth that is suppressed by friends is the readiest weapon of the enemy. The world, in your despot, may perhaps owe you something, if your letter be the means of substituting once for all a credible likeness for a wax abstraction. For, if that world at all remember you, on the day when Damien of Molokai shall be named a saint, it will be in virtue of one work, your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. You may ask on what authority I speak. It was my inclement destiny to become acquainted, not with Damien, but with Dr. Hyde. When I visited the lazaretto, Damien was already in his resting grave, but such information as I have, I gathered on the spot, in conversation with those who knew him well and long. Some, indeed, who revered his memory, but others who had sparred and wrangled with him, who beheld him with no halo, who perhaps regarded him with small respect, and through whose unprepared and scarcely partial communications the plain human features of the man shone on me convincingly. These gave me what knowledge I possess, and I learnt it in that scene where it could be most completely and sensitively understood, Kalawao, which you have never visited, about which you have never so much as endeavored to inform yourself. For, brief as your letter is, you have found the means to stumble into that confession. Less than one half of the island, you say, is devoted to the lepers. Molokai Ahina, the gray, lofty, and most desolate island, along all its northern side plunges a front of precipice into a sea of unusual profundity. This range of cliff is, from east to west, the true end and frontier of the island. Only in one spot there projects into the ocean a certain triangular and rugged down, grassy, stony, windy, and rising in the midst into a hill with a dead crater, the whole bearing to the cliff that overhangs it somewhat the same relation as a bracket to a wall. With this hint you will now be able to pick out the leper station on a map. You will be able to judge how much of Molokai is thus cut off between the surf and precipice, whether less than a half, or less than a quarter, or a fifth, or a tenth, or say a 20th. And the next time you burst into print, you will be in a position to share with us the issue of your calculations. I imagine you to be one of those persons who talk with cheerfulness of that place which oxen and wain ropes could not drag you to behold. You, who do not even know its situation on the map, probably denounce sensational descriptions, stretching your limbs the while in your pleasant parlor on Baratania Street. When I was pulled ashore there one early morning, there sat with me in the boat 2 sisters, bidding farewell, in the humble imitation of Damien, to the lights and joys of human life. One of these wept silently. I could not withhold myself from joining her. Had you been there, it is my belief that nature would have triumphed even in you. And as the boat drew but a little nearer, and you beheld the stairs crowded with abominable deformations of our common manhood, and saw yourself landing in the midst of such a population as only now and then surrounds us in the horror of a nightmare, what a haggard eye you would have rolled over your reluctant shoulder toward the house on Baratania Street. Had you gone on, had you found every fourth face a blot upon the landscape, had you visited the hospital and seen the butt ends of human beings lying there almost unrecognizable, but still breathing, still thinking, still remembering, you would have understood that life in the lazaretto is an ordeal from which the nerves of a man's spirit shrink, even as his eye quails under the brightness of the sun. You would have felt it was, even today, a pitiful place to visit and a hell to dwell in. It is not the fear of possible infection. That seems a little thing when compared with the pain, the pity, and the disgust of the visitor's surroundings, and the atmosphere of affliction, disease, and physical disgrace in which he breathes. I do not think I am a man more than usually timid, but I never recall the days and nights I spent upon that island promontory, 8 days and 7 nights, without heartfelt thankfulness that I am somewhere else. I find in my diary that I speak of my stay as a grinding experience. I have once jotted in the margin, harrowing is the word. And when the Molokai bore me at last toward the outer world, I kept repeating to myself with a new conception of their pregnancy those simple words of the song, "'Tis the most distressful country that ever yet was seen." And observe, that which I saw and suffered from was a settlement purged, bettered, beautified, the new village built, the hospital and the bishop home excellently arranged, the sisters, the doctor, and the missionaries, all indefatigable in their noble tasks. It was a different place when Damien came there and made this great renunciation, and slept that first night under a tree amidst his rotting brethren, alone with pestilence, and looking forward, with what courage, with what pitiful sinkings of dread God only knows, to a lifetime of dressing sores and stumps. You will say, perhaps, I am too sensitive, that sights as painful abound in cancer hospitals, and are confronted daily by doctors and nurses. I have long learned to admire and envy the doctors and the nurses, but there is no cancer hospital so large and populous as Kalawao and Kalaupapa, and in such a manner every fresh case, like every inch of length in the pipe of an organ, deepens the note of the impression. For what daunts the onlooker is that monstrous sum of human suffering by which he stands surrounded. Lastly, no doctor or nurse is called upon to enter once and for all the doors of that Gehenna. They do not say farewell, they need not abandon hope on its sad threshold, but they go for a time to their high calling, and can look forward as they go to relief, to recreation, and to rest. But Damien shut to with his own hand the doors of his own sepulchre. I shall now extract 3 passages from my diary at Kalawao. A. Damien is dead and already somewhat ungratefully remembered in the field of his labors and sufferings. He was a good man, but very officious, says one. Another tells me he had fallen, as other priests so easily do, into something of the ways and habits of thought of a Kanaka, but he had the wit to recognize the fact and the good sense to laugh at it. A plain man, it seems, he was. I cannot find he was a popular. B. After Ragsdale's death, Ragsdale was a famous Luna or overseer of the unruly settlement, there followed a brief term of office by Father Damien, which served only to publish the weakness of that noble man. He was rough in his ways, and he had no control. Authority was relaxed. Damien's life was threatened, and he was soon eager to resign. C. Of Damien I begin to have an idea. He seems to have been a man of the peasant class, certainly of the peasant type, shrewd, ignorant, and bigoted, yet with an open mind and capable of receiving and digesting a reproof if it were bluntly administered, superbly generous in the least thing as well as in the greatest, and as ready to give his last shirt, although not without human grumbling, as he had been to sacrifice his life. Essentially indiscreet and officious, which made him a troublesome colleague, domineering in all his ways, which made him incurably unpopular with the Kanakas, but yet destitute of real authority, so that his boys laughed at him and he must carry out his wishes by the means of bribes. He learned to have a mania for doctoring and set up the Kanakas against the remedies of his regular rivals. Perhaps, if anything matter at all in the treatment of such a disease, the worst thing that he did, and certainly the easiest. The best and worst of the man appear very plainly in his dealing with Mr. Chapman's money. He had originally laid it out, intended to lay it out, entirely for the benefit of Catholics, and even so not wisely. But after a long, plain talk, he admitted his error fully and revised the list. The sad state of the boys' home is in part the result of his lack of control, in part of his own slovenly ways and false ideas of hygiene. Brother officials used to call it Damien's Chinatown. Well, they would say, your Chinatown keeps growing, and he would laugh with perfect good nature and adhere to his errors with perfect obstinacy. So much have I gathered of truth about this plain, noble human brother and father of ours. His imperfections are the traits of his face, by which we know him for our fellow. His martyrdom and his example, nothing can lessen or annul, and only a person here on the spot can properly appreciate their greatness. I have set down these private passages, as you perceive, without correction. Thanks to you, the public has them in their bluntness. They are almost a list of the man's faults, for it is rather these that I was seeking. With his virtues, with the heroic profile of his life, I and the world were already sufficiently acquainted. I was besides a little suspicious of Catholic testimony, in no ill sense, but merely because Damien's admirers and disciples were the least likely to be critical. I know you will be more suspicious still, and the facts set down above were one and all collected from the lips of Protestants who had opposed the Father in his life. Yet I am strangely deceived, or they build up the image of a man, with all his weakness, essentially heroic, and alive with rugged honesty, generosity, and mirth. Take it for what it is, rough private jottings of the worst sides of Damien's character, collected from the lips of those who had labored with and, in your phrase, knew the man, though I question whether Damien would have said that he knew you. Take it and observe with wonder how well you were served by your gossips, how ill by your intelligence and sympathy, in how many points of fact we are at one, and how widely our appreciations vary. There is something wrong here, either with you or me. It is possible, for instance, that you, who seem to have so many ears in Kalawao, had heard of the affair of Mr. Chapman's money and were singly struck by Damien's intended wrongdoing. I was struck by that also, and set it fairly down, but I was struck much more by the fact that he had the honesty of mind to be convinced. I may here tell you that it was a long business, that one of his colleagues sat with him late into the night, multiplying the arguments and accusations, that the Father listened as usual with perfect good nature and perfect obstinacy. But at the last, when he was persuaded, "Yes," said he, "I am very much obliged to you. You have done me a service. It would have been a theft." There are many, not Catholics merely, who require their heroes and saints to be infallible. To these, the story will be painful, not to the true lovers, patrons, and servants of mankind. And I take it, this is a type of our division, that you are one of those who have an eye for faults and failures, that you take a pleasure to find and publish them, and that, having found them, you make haste to forget the overvailing virtues and the real success which had alone introduced them to your knowledge. It is a dangerous frame of mind. That you may understand how dangerous, and into what a situation it has already brought you, we will, if you please, go hand in hand through the different phases of your letter, and candidly examine each from the point of view of its truth, its appositeness, and its charity. Damien was coarse. It is very possible. You make us sorry for the lepers, who had only a coarse old peasant for their friend and father. But you, who were so refined, why were you not there, to cheer them with the lights of culture? Or may I remind you that we have some reasons to doubt if John the Baptist were genteel, and in the case of Peter, on whose career you doubtless dwell approvingly in the pulpit, no doubt at all he was a coarse, headstrong fisherman. Yet even in our Protestant Bibles, Peter is called saint. Damien was dirty. He was. Think of the poor lepers annoyed with this dirty comrade. But the clean Dr. Hyde was at his food in a fine house. Damien was headstrong. I believe you are right again, and I thank God for his strong head and heart. Damien was bigoted. I am not fond of bigots myself, because they are not fond of me. But what is meant by bigotry that we should regard it as a blemish in a priest? Damien believed his own religion with the simplicity of a peasant or a child, as I could suppose that you do. For this I wonder at him some way off, and had that been his only character, should have avoided him in life. But the point of interest in Damien, which has caused him to be so much talked about, and made him at last the subject of your pen and mine, was that in him, his bigotry, his intense and narrow faith, wrought potently for good, and strengthened him to be one of the world's heroes and exemplars. Damien was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders. Is this a misreading? Or do you really mean the words for blame? I have heard Christ, in the pulpits of our church, held up for imitation on the ground that his sacrifice was voluntary. Does Dr. Hyde think otherwise? Damien did not stay at the settlement, etc. It was true he was allowed many indulgences. Am I to understand that you blame the father for profiting by these, or the officers for granting them? In either case, it is a mighty Spartan standard to issue from the house on Baratania Street, and I am convinced you will find yourself with few supporters. Damien had no hand in the reforms, etc. I think even you will admit that I have already been frank in my description of the man I am defending. But before I take you up upon this head, I will be franker still and tell you that perhaps nowhere in the world can a man taste a more pleasurable sense of contrast than when he passes from Damien's Chinatown at Kalawao to the beautiful bishop home at Kalaupapa. At this point, in my desire to make all fair for you, I will break my rule and adduce Catholic testimony. Here is a passage from my diary about my visit to the Chinatown, from which you will see how it is, even now, regarded by its own officials. We went round all the dormitories, refectories, etc., dark and dingy enough, with a superficial cleanliness which he, Mr. Dutton, the lay brother, did not seek to defend. It is almost decent, said he. The sisters will make that all right when we get them here. And yet I gathered it was already better since Damien was dead, and far better than when he was there alone and had his own, not always excellent, way. I have now come far enough to meet you on a common ground of fact, and I tell you that, to a mind not prejudiced by jealousy, all the reforms of the Lazaretto, and even those which he most vigorously opposed, are properly the work of Damien. They are the evidence of his success. They are what his heroism provoked from the reluctant and the careless. Many were before him in the field. Mr. Meyer, for instance, of whose faithful work we hear too little. There have been many since, and some had more worldly wisdom, though none had more devotion than our saint. Before his day, even you will confess, they had effected little. It was his part, by one striking act of martyrdom, to direct all men's eyes on that distressful country. At a blow, and with the price of his life, he made the place illustrious and public, and that, if you will consider largely, was the one reform needful, pregnant of all that should succeed. It brought money, it brought, best individual edition of them all, the sisters. It brought supervision, for public opinion and public interest landed with the man at Kalawao. If ever any man brought reforms and died to bring them, it was he. There is not a clean cup or towel in the bishop home, but dirty Damien washed it. Damien was not a pure man in his relations with women, etc. How do you know that? Is this the nature of conversation in that house on Baratania Street, which the cabman envied driving past? Racy details of the misconduct of the poor peasant priest toiling under the cliffs of Molokai? Many have visited the station before me. They seem not to have heard the rumor. When I was there, I heard many shocking tales, for my informants were men speaking with the plainness of the laity, and I heard plenty of complaints of Damien. Why was this never mentioned? And how came it to you in the retirement of your clerical parlor? But I must not even seem to deceive you. This scandal, when I read it in your letter, was not new to me. I had heard it once before, and I must tell you how. There came to Samoa a man from Honolulu. He, in a public house on the beach, volunteered the statement that Damien had contracted the disease from connection with the female lepers. And I find a joy in telling you how the report was welcomed in a public house. A man sprang to his feet. I am not at liberty to give his name, but from what I heard, I doubt if you would care to have him to dinner in Baratania Street. You miserable little blank. Here is a word I dare not print. It would so shock your ears. "You miserable little blank," he cried. "If the story were 1,000 times true, can't you see you are 1,000,000 times a lower blank for daring to repeat it? I wish it could be told of you, that when the report reached you in your house, perhaps after family worship, you had found in your soul enough holy anger to receive it with the same expressions, aye, even with that one which I dare not print. It would not need to have been blotted away, like Uncle Toby's oath, by the tears of the recording angel. It would have been counted to you for your brightest righteousness. But you have deliberately chosen the part of the man from Honolulu, and you have played it with improvements of your own. The man from Honolulu, miserable leering creature, communicated the tale to a rude knot of beach-combing drinkers in a public house where, I will so far agree with your temperance opinions, man is not always at his noblest. And the man from Honolulu had himself been drinking. Drinking, we may charitably fancy, to excess. It was to your dear brother, the Reverend H.B. Gage, that you chose to communicate the sickening story, and the blue ribbon which adorns your portly bosom forbids me to allow you the extenuating plea that you were drunk when it was done. Your dear brother, a brother indeed, made haste to deliver up your letter, as a means of grace perhaps, to the religious papers, where, after many months, I found and read and wondered at it, and whence I have now reproduced it for the wonder of others. And you and your dear brother have, by this cycle of operations, built up a contrast very edifying to examine in detail. The man whom you would not care to have to dinner, on the one side, and on the other, the Reverend Dr. Hyde and the Reverend H.B. Gage, the Apia barroom, the Honolulu manse. But I fear you scarce appreciate how you appear to your fellow men, and to bring it home to you I will suppose your story to be true. I will suppose, and God forgive me for supposing it, that Damien faltered and stumbled in his narrow path at duty. I will suppose that, in the horror of his isolation, perhaps in the fever of incipient disease, he, who was doing so much more than he had sworn, failed in the letter of his priestly oath. He, who was so much a better man than either you or me, who did what we have never dreamed of daring, he too tasted of our common frailty. O Iago, the pity of it! The least tender should be moved to tears, the most incredulous to prayer, and all that you could do was to pen your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. Is it growing at all clear to you what a picture you have drawn of your own heart? I will try yet once again to make it clearer. You had a father. Suppose this tale were about him, and some informant brought it to you, proof in hand. I am not making too high an estimate of your emotional nature when I suppose you would regret the circumstance, that you would feel the tale of frailty the more keenly since it shamed the author of your days, and that the last thing you would do would be to publish it in the religious press. Well, the man who tried to do what Damien did is my father, and the father of the man in the Apia bar, and the father of all who love goodness, and he was your father too, if God has given you the grace to see it. End of Father Damien, an open letter to the Reverend Dr. Hyde of Honolulu from Robert Louis Stevenson, by Robert Louis Stevenson.
"111th Congress, First Section, House Resolution 3200, to provide affordable quality health care for all Americans and reduce the growth in health care spending, and for other purposes." In the House of Representatives, July 14, 2009. Sections 121 and 122 by the United States House of Representatives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. House Resolution 3200. Mr. Dingle, for himself, Mr. Randall, Mr. Waxman, Mr. George Miller of California, Mr. Stark, Mr. Pallone, and Mr. Andrews introduced the following bill, which was referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and in addition to the Committees on Ways and Means, Education and Labor, Oversight and Government Reform, and the Budget, for a period to be subsequently determined by the Speaker, in each case for consideration of such provisions as fall within the jurisdiction of the committee concerned. A bill to provide affordable quality health care for all Americans and reduce the growth in health care spending, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 121. Coverage of Essential Benefits Package. A. In general, a qualified health benefits plan shall provide coverage that at least meets the benefit standards adopted under Section 124 for the essential benefits package described in Section 122 for the plan year involved. B. Choice of coverage. 1. Non-exchange participating health benefits plans. In the case of a qualified health benefits plan that is not an exchange participating health benefits plan, such plan may offer such coverage in addition to the essential benefits package as the QHBP offering entity may specify. 2. Exchange participating health benefits plans. In the case of an exchange participating health benefits plan, such plan is required under Section 203 to provide specified levels of benefits and, in the case of a plan offering a premium plus level of benefits, provide additional benefits. 3. Continuation of offering of separate accepted benefits coverage. Nothing in this division shall be construed as affecting the offering of health benefits in the form of accepted benefits described in Section 102B, sub 1B2. If such benefits are offered under a separate policy, contract, or certificate of insurance. C. No restrictions on coverage unrelated to clinical appropriateness. A qualified health benefits plan may not impose any restriction other than cost sharing unrelated to clinical appropriateness on the coverage of the health care items and services. Section 122. Essential Benefits Package defined. A. In general, in this division, the term Essential Benefits Package means health benefits coverage, consistent with standards adopted under Section 124 to ensure the provision of quality health care and financial security that 1. Provides payment for the items and services described in subsection B, in accordance with generally accepted standards of medical or other appropriate clinical or professional practice. 2. Limits cost sharing for such covered health care items and services in accordance with such benefit standards consistent with subsection C. 3. Does not impose any annual or lifetime limit on the coverage of covered health care items and services. 4. Complies with Section 115A relating to network adequacy and Medicare and Medicaid services to the average prevailing employer-sponsored coverage. B. Minimum services to be covered. The items and services described in this subsection are the following. 1. Hospitalization. 2. Outpatient hospital and outpatient clinical services, including emergency department services. 3. Professional services of physicians and other health professionals. 4. Such services, equipment, and supplies incident to the services of a physician's or a health professional's delivery of care in institutional settings, physician offices, patients' homes, or place of residence, or other settings as appropriate. 5. Prescription drugs. 6. Rehabilitative and habilitative services. 7. Mental health and substance use disorder services. 8. Preventive services, including those services recommended with a grade of A or B by the Task Force on Clinical Preventative Services, and those vaccines recommended for use by the Director of the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. 9. Maternity care. 10. Well baby and well child care and oral health, vision and hearing services, equipment and supplies, at least for children under 21 years of age. C. Requirements relating to cost sharing and minimum actuarial value. 1. No cost sharing for preventive services. There shall be no cost sharing under the Essential Benefits Package for preventive items and services, as specified under the benefit standards, including well baby and well child care. 2. Annual limitation. A. Annual limitation. The cost sharing incurred under the Essential Benefits Package with respect to an individual or family for a year does not exceed the applicable level specified in subparagraph B. B. Applicable level. The applicable level specified in this subparagraph for year 1 is $5,000 for an individual and $10,000 for a family. Such levels shall be increased, rounded to the nearest $100, for each subsequent year for the annual percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index, United States City Average, applicable for such year. C. Use of co-payments. In establishing cost-sharing levels for basic, enhanced, and premium plans under this subsection, the Secretary shall, to the maximum extent possible, use only co-payments and not co-insurance. 3. Minimum actuarial value. A. In general, the cost-sharing under Essential Benefits Package shall be designed to provide a level of coverage that is designed to provide benefits that are actuarially equivalent to approximately 70% of the full actuarial value of the benefits provided under the reference benefits package described in subparagraph B. B. Reference benefits package described. The reference benefits package described in this subparagraph is the Essential Benefits Package if there were no cost sharing imposed. End of House Resolution 3200 to provide affordable quality health care for all Americans and reduce the growth in health care spending and for other purposes. Read by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
Introduction to Humorous Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Humorous Ghost Stories, selected with an introduction by Dorothy Scarborough. The Humorous Ghost. Introduction. The humorous ghost is distinctly a modern character. In early literature, wraiths took themselves very seriously and insisted on a proper show of respectful fear on the part of those whom they honored by haunting. A mortal was expected to rise when a ghost entered the room, and in case he was slow about it, his spine gave notice of what etiquette demanded. In the event of an outdoor apparition, if a man failed to bare his head in awe, the roots of his hair reminded him of his remissness. Woman has always had the advantage over man in such emergency, in that her locks, being long and pinned up, are less easily moved, which may explain the fact, if it be a fact, that in fiction women have shown themselves more self-possessed in ghostly presence than men. Or possibly a woman knows that a masculine spook is, after all, only a man, and therefore may be charmed into helplessness, while the feminine can be seen through by another woman and thus disarmed. The majority of the comic apparitions, curiously enough, are masculine. You don't often find women wraithed in smiles, perhaps because they resent being made ridiculous, even after they're dead. Or maybe the reason lies in the fact that men have written most of the comic or satiric ghost stories, and have chivalrously spared the gentler shades. And there are very few funny child ghosts. You might almost say none in comparison with the number of grown-ups. The number of ghost children of any or all types is small proportionately, perhaps because it seems an unnatural thing for a child to die under any circumstances, while to make him a butt of jokes would be unfeeling. There are a few instances, as in the case of the ghost baby mentioned later, but very few. Ancient ghosts were a long-faced lot. They did not know how to play at all. They had been brought up in stern repression of frivolities as haunters, no matter how sportive they may have been in life, and in turn they cowed mortals into a servile submission. No doubt they thought of men and women as mere youngsters that must be taught their place, since any living person, however senile, would be thought juvenile compared with a timeless spook. But in these days of individualism and radical liberalism, spooks as well as mortals are expanding their personalities and indulging in greater freedom. A ghost can call his shade his own now, and exhibit any mood he pleases. Even young female wraiths, demanding latchkeys, refuse to obey the frowning face of the clock, and engage in light-hearted ebullience to make the ghost of Mrs. Grundy turn a shade paler in horror. Nowadays, haunters have more fun and freedom than the haunted. In fact, it's money in one's pocket these days to be dead, for ghosts have no rent problems, and dead men pay no bills. What officer would willingly pursue a ghostly tenant to his last lodging in order to serve a summons on him? And suppose a ghost brought into court demanded trial by jury of his peers? No, manifestly, death has compensations not connected with the consolations of religion. The marvel is that apparitions were so long in realizing their possibilities, in improving their advantages. The specters in classic and medieval literature were malarial, vaporous beings, without energy to do anything but threaten, and mortals would never have trembled with fear at their frown if they had known how feeble they were. At best, a revenant could only rattle a rusty skeleton, or shake a moldy shroud, or clank a chain. But as mortals cowered before his demonstrations, he didn't worry. If he wished to evoke the extreme of anguish from his host, he raised a menacing arm and uttered a windy word or two. Now it takes much more than that to produce a panic. The up-to-date ghost keeps his skeleton in a garage, or some place where it is cleaned and oiled and kept in good working order. The modern wraith has sold his sheet to the old clothesman, and dresses as in life. Now the ghost has learned to have a variety of good times, and he can make the living squirm far more satisfyingly than in the past. The spook of today enjoys making his haunted laugh, even while he groans in terror. He knows that there's no weapon, no threat in horror to be compared with ridicule. Think what a solemn creature the Gothic ghost was. How little originality and initiative he showed, and how dependent he was on his own atmosphere for thrills. His sole appeal was to the spinal column. The ghost of today touches the funny bone as well. He adds new horrors to being haunted, but new pleasures also. The modern spectre can be a joyous creature on occasion, as he can be, when he wishes, fearsome, beyond the dreams of classic or Gothic revenant. He has a keen sense of humor and loves a good joke on a mortal, while he can even enjoy one on himself. Though his fun is of comparatively recent origin, it's less than a century since he learned to crack a smile, the laughing ghost is very much alive and sportively active. Some of these new spooks are notoriously good company. Many Americans there are today who would court being haunted by the captain and crew of Richard Middleton's ghost ship that landed in a turnip field and dispensed drink till they demoralized the denizens of village and graveyard alike. After that show of spirits, the turnips in that field tasted of rum, long after the ghost ship had sailed away into the blue. The modern spook is possessed not only of humor, but of a caustic satire as well. His jest is likely to have more than one point to it, and he can haunt so insidiously, can make himself so at home in his host's study or bedroom, that a man actually welcomes a chat with him, only to find out too late that his human foibles have been mercilessly flayed. Pity the poor chap in H.C. Bunner's story, The Interfering Spook, for instance, who was visited nightly by a spectre that repeated to him all the silly and trite things he had said during the day, a ghost, moreover, that towered and swelled at every hackneyed phrase, till finally he filled the room, and burst after the young man proposed to his admired one and made subsequent remarks. Ghosts not only have appallingly long memories, but they possess a mean advantage over the living in that they have once been mortal, while the men and women they haunt haven't yet been ghosts. Suppose each one of us were to be haunted by his own inane utterances. True, we're told that we'll have to give account some day for every idle word, but recording angels seem more sympathetic than a sneering ghost at one's elbow. Ghosts can satirize more fittingly than anyone else the absurdities of certain psychic claims, as witness the delightful seriousness of the story Back from That Bourne, which appeared as a front-page news story in the New York Sun years ago. I should think that some of the feudal, laggard messenger boy ghosts that one reads about nowadays would blush with shame before the wholesome raillery of the porgy fisherman. The modern humorous ghost satirizes everything from the old-fashioned spectre — he's very fond of taking pot-shots at him — to the latest psychic manifestations. He laughs at ghosts that aren't experts in efficiency haunting, and he has a lot of fun out of mortals for being scared of specters. He loves to shake the lugubrious terrors of the past before you, exposing their hollow futility, and he contrives to create new fears for you magically while you are laughing at him. The new ghost hates conventionality and uses the old thrills only to show what dead batteries they come from. His really electric effects are his own inventions. He needs no dungeon keeps and monkish cells to play about in, not he. He demands no rag nor bone nor clank of chain of his old equipment to start on his career. He can start up a moving picture show of his own, as in Ruth McEnery Stewart's The Haunted Photograph, and demonstrate a new kind of apparition. The ghost story of today gives you spinal sensations with a difference, as in the immortal Transferred Ghost by Frank R. Stockton, where the suitor on the moonlit porch, attempting to tell his fair one that he dotes on her, sees the ghost of her ferocious uncle, who isn't dead, kicking his heels against the railing, and hears his admonition that he'd better hurry up, as the live uncle is coming in sight. The thrill with which you read of the ghost in Ellis Parker Butler's The Late John Wiggins, who deposits his wooden leg with the family he is haunting, on the plea that it is too materialistic to be worn with ease, and therefore they must take care of it for him, doesn't altogether leave you even when you discover that the late John is a fraud, has never been a ghost, nor used a wooden leg, but a terrifying legacy while you do believe in it. The new ghost has a more nimble and versatile tongue as well as wit. In the older fiction and drama apparitions seldom spoke, and then merely as ghosts, not as individuals, and ghosts, like kings in drama, were of a dignity and must preserve it in their speech. Or perhaps the authors were doubtful as to the dialogue of shades, and compromised on a few stately ejaculations as being safely phantasmal speaking parts. But compare that usage with the rude freedom of some modern spooks, as John Kendrick Bangs' spectral cook of Bangletop, who lets fall her H's and twists grammar in a rare and diverting manner. For myself, I'd hate to be an old-fashioned ghost with no chance to keep up with the styles and slang. Think of having always and always to speak a dead language. The humorous ghost is not only modern, but he is distinctively American. There are ghosts of all nationalities, naturally, but the spook that provides a joke, on his host or on himself, is Yankee in origin and development. The dry humor, the comic sense of the incongruous, the willingness to laugh at himself as at others, carry over into immaterialization as characteristic American qualities, and are preserved in their true flavor. I don't assert, of course, that Americans have been the only ones in this field. The French and English selections in this volume are sufficient to prove the contrary. Gautier's The Mummy's Foot has a humor of a lightness and grace as delicate as the princess's little foot itself. There are various English stories of whimsical haunting, some of actual spooks and some of the hoax type. Hoax ghosts are fairly numerous in British as in American literature, one of the early specimens of the kind being the spectre of Tappington in the Inglesby Legends. The files of Blackwood's magazine reveal several examples, though not of high literary value. Of the early specimens of the really amusing ghost that is an actual revenant is the ghost baby in Blackwoods, which shows originality and humor, yet is too diffuse for printing here. In that we have a conventional young bachelor engaged to a charming girl, who is entangled in social complications and made to suffer mental torment because, without his consent, he has been chosen as the nurse and guardian of a ghost baby that cradles after him wherever he goes. This is a rich story almost spoiled by being poorly told. I sigh to think of the laughs that Frank R. Stockton or John Kendrick Bangs or Gelett Burgess could have got out of the situation. There are other comic British spooks, as in Baring Gould's A Happy Release, where a widow and a widower in love are haunted by the jealous ghosts of their respective spouses, till the phantom couple take a liking to each other and decide to let the living bury their dead. This is suggestive of Brander Matthews' earlier and cleverer story of a spectral courtship in The Rival Ghosts. Medieval and later literature give us many instances of a love affair or marriage between one spirit and one mortal, but it remained for the modern American to celebrate the nuptials of two ghosts. Think of being married when you know that you and the other party are going to live ever after, whether happily or no. Truly, the present terrors are much more fearsome than the old. The stories by Eden Phillpotts and Richard Middleton in this collection show the diversity of the English humor as associated with apparitions, and are entertaining in themselves. The Canterville Ghost by Oscar Wilde is one of his best short stories, and is in his happiest vein of laughing satire. This travesty on the conventional traditions of the wraith is preposterously delightful, one of the cleverest ghost stories in our language. Zangwill has written engagingly of spooks, with a laughable story about Samuel Johnson, and there are others. But the fact remains that in spite of conceited and admirable examples, the humorous ghost story is for the most part American in creation and spirit. Washington Irving might be said to have started that fashion in Skeletons and Shades, for he has given us various comic haunters, some real and some make-believe. Frank R. Stockton gave his to funny spooks with a riotous and laughing pen. The spirit in his transferred ghost is impudently deathless, and has called up a train of subsequent haunters. John Kendrick Bangs has made the darker regions seem comfortable and homelike for us, and has created ghosts so human and so funny that we look forward to being one, or more. We feel downright neighborly toward such specters as the feudal last ghost Nelson Lloyd evokes for us, as we appreciate the satire of Rose O'Neill's sophisticated wraith. The daring concept of Gelett Burgess's ghost extinguisher is altogether American. The field is still comparatively limited, but a number of Americans have done distinctive work in it. The spectre now wears motley instead of a shroud, and shakes his jester spells the while he rattles his bones. I dare any, however grouchy reader, to finish the stories in this volume without having a kindlier feeling toward ghosts. D.S., New York, March 1921. End of introduction.
Prohibition by Frank Swinnerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. I shall never forget the shock I received when an American woman, newly arrived in England, gave me her impressions of London. She was distinctly pleased with the town, and when I rather foolishly asked if she had been terrified by our celebrated policeman, she said, "Why, no, I was in a taxicab yesterday, and the driver went right on past the policeman's hand, stealing round where he'd no business to go. And the policeman just said, 'Here, where you goin'? Do you want the whole of England?' Why, in New York, if he'd done that, he'd have been in prison inside of 5 minutes. I wonder if it will be understood how terrible disillusion on such a scale can be. I have been thinking of the United States for so long as the home of the free and the easy that it was hard to bring myself to the belief that the police there were both peremptory and severe. I had thought them all Irishmen of the humorous or Darlant type. It seems I was mistaken. The little, I am now afraid, misleading paragraphs, which from time to time appear in the English papers, saying that there has been a hold-up on Fifth Avenue, or that the chief of police in some great city has been found to be the head of a gang of international assassins, that things called Tammany and graft and saloons flourished there without let or hindrance, had attracted me to the United States. I wanted to live in such a country. Here, I said, is a place where every man's hand is for himself, where the revolver plays its true part, and where, with the aid of a humorous Irish policeman, who will find me stunned by a sandbag and take me to his little home in 244th Street, and reveal the fact that he is descended from Cuchulainn, I can be happy. At first I thought that my friend must be exaggerating. Not lightly was I prepared to let my dream go, but I am afraid that my confidence in America as the home of freedom needs a tonic. She may have been right, although it seems unbelievable. When I thought the problem out clearly, I came to the conclusion that there was a sinister sound about that comment upon our policemen. Were they losing control of us? Apparently not. I had trouble on the road with a policeman over the rear light of my car. There is no doubt that England is efficiently policed, and so my mind stole back to America with a new uneasiness. I recollected tales which I had heard about sumptuary laws regulating the dress of American women, both in and out of the water. I saw the police invading restaurants and snatching cigarettes from the mouths of women. I saw drink being driven underground by Prohibition. I began to question whether I should really like to live in the United States after all. I asked those of my friends who had been to America. They told me that if I visited America, I should be regaled privately with champagne from the huge reserves of private wine cellars, but that as a resident I should be forbidden to drink anything that enlivened me. It was a great shock. I am not yet recovered from it. I see that I shall after all have to live quietly in England with my pipe and my abstemious bottle of beer. And yet I should like to visit America, for it has suddenly become in my imagining an enormous country of don't, and I want to know what it is like to have don't said by somebody who is not a woman. I have always hated the word don't. I hated it as a child, and I hate it still. It is a nasty word, a chilling word, associated with feelings of resentment, of discipline, of prohibition. Yes, that is it, of course, prohibition. I find that it is prohibition which makes my throat so dry. I thought it was a human characteristic when anybody said, "You're not to do that," to do it at once in case there should be any misunderstanding. I should be frightened to say "don't" to anybody, because I feel sure it would precipitate unpleasantness. Is America so different from the rest of the world that it likes having "don't" said to it? I cannot think that. What occurs to me is that America has not yet worked out of its system the strain that the English Puritan fathers brought with them. It is a melancholy thought to me that it is really ancient English repression that is responsible for the present state of affairs. I feel very guilty, particularly as I have seen an article about myself in an English newspaper headed, "A Modern Puritan." It is really I, and people like me, who have caused the great drink restrictions in the United States. I bow my head. The truth is, I suppose, that people in the United States take life more seriously than we do in England. If you read any of the books which have been written in this country during the ages to show what sort of community is the ideal, I refer to such works as Utopia and News from Nowhere, there is never any difference between them on one point. All the dwellers in these ideal states appear to be thoroughly idle. They have practically no work to do at all. All their time is spent in talk and sylvan wandering, with music and dancing round maypoles. There is no mistaking the fact that the Englishman's idea of life is confirmed and justifiable laziness. He wants what he calls leisure. Charles Lamb, a typically English author, wrote a poem beginning, "Who first invented work?" He came to the conclusion that it must have been the devil. The inference is clear. Observation confirms my view. It is not to be doubted that the average Englishman spends his life in scheming to make somebody else do the work that lies nearest to his hand. Americans must be different. I believe they really like work, and I will give the prohibitionists this handsome admission. I also work much better without stimulants. I mean, much harder. But on the other hand, I am less happy. Does an American feel happy in his work? Does the act of work give him a satisfaction which is not felt by an Englishman? I think that must be the explanation. But on the other hand, there is this question of Puritanism. We tried it in England, and we had a severe reaction to libertinism. We maintain Puritanism only in our suburban districts, where there is exceedingly close scrutiny of all matters pertaining to conduct, and in our theaters. In the suburbs, it does not much matter, although it rather cramps our suburban style, but in the theater it drives some of us to distraction. I will explain why. Supposing a man wants to write a play, he at once thinks of getting it produced. An unproduced play is like an unpublished novel. Practically speaking, it does not exist. The author can read it, of course, and his wife can assure him that it is a great deal better than anything she has seen or read for years. But the author and his wife are both haunted by the fact that there is a masterpiece which is lying, not fallow, but unused and sterile. They grow dissatisfied. The savor of life is lost for them. They develop persecution mania, grow very conceited, and finally come to believe that only they of all the men and women alive truly grasp the essentials of life. They say, if this were the silly muck that most authors write, it would be produced, and then we should have our car and our servants and diamonds and titles and all the paraphernalia of happiness. As it is, we are doomed to silence and poverty, simply because George is too much of an artist to lower himself by writing what the public wants and what the censor will pass. But I have not been outlining the diseased state of mind of the merely incompetent man who writes something that nobody will look at. I have been giving details of one of those men who have a moral message and who desire greatly to spread it by means of the stage. He has written, let us say, a play in which the name of God appears, or a play wherein a young woman has a baby and does not wish to have a husband. The censor says that there must be no mention of God in plays performed on the public stage, and that young women who have babies must either have husbands or come to early graves of their own seeking. Very well, what happens? I have described the state of mind of a husband and wife who have a pet child, a play, which is lying heavy on their minds and hearts and hands. They are ripe for any temptation of the devil, and it comes. It always comes. The devil dresses himself up in the guise of a Sunday play-producing society. The play is surreptitiously performed in a theater to which admission can be obtained only by members banded together for just such emergencies. It is very badly acted by actors and actresses who have not been able to spare sufficient time from their daily work to learn their parts as well as they should have done. The audience comes full of a smug self-satisfaction at the thought that it is excessively intellectual and select, and that it alone can appreciate blasphemy or the vagaries of neurotic young women. It sits intellectually in the theater and watches the play. The author sits intellectually in his box and intellectually accepts the plaudits of the audience. He lives thereafter in a highly intellectual atmosphere. He is driven to become a member of the secret play-producing society and to watch other plays of a character not suited to the requirements of the censorship. He is morally a ruined man. He will never any more be a decent member of society, for he has become an intellectual. He has been taught to despise ordinary human beings, for they do not want to be wicked or silly, except in the normal humdrum way, and they have not seen his play and are not members of his play-producing society. He discovers that the censored is the only good art. He is driven to the reading of all sorts of continental drama. He is made into an anti-English propagandist. He is like the person in the song who praises every century but this and every country but his own. He has been lost for humankind and is wedded to intellectualism and a sense of superiority to others for the rest of his miserable life. He institutes a new system of censorship of his own. It takes the form of sneering at and condemning anything that does not conform to his own ideas. He sniffs at all sorts of innocently happy people who are inoffensively pursuing their noisy course through life. He begins to hate noise. He makes a virtue of his abstention from ordinary pleasures. He speaks condescendingly of the hoi polloi. As I said, he is ruined. He is no longer a man that one can talk to with any comfort, for his sense of superiority is intolerable. To me there is nothing more terrible than the sense of superiority to others. It arises not from merit or the consciousness of merit, but from sheer tin-like flimsiness of character. It arises from limited sympathies. The really great man and the really sagacious man is one to whom nothing is contemptible. To him, even the follies of his fellow passengers are manifestations of human nature, revelations of the material from which scholars and politicians, no less than drunkards and inconstants, are gradually in course of time developed. Somebody described conceit to me the other day as egotism in which contempt for others is involved. It was agreed between us that egotism was normal, since happiness is not to be attained without a sense of personal utility to the world, and no objection was urged against it. Vanity was to be tolerated, because it was definitely social, a recognition of the existence and value of the good opinion of others, but never sense of superiority. And the sense of rebellion should be added to this other sense, as equally to be regretted. A young woman whose incredible acts of folly had spoiled 6 lives, including her own, recently encountered a young man whom she had jilted on the eve of her marriage to another, whom she had also left. The young man, still smarting under his ill treatment, reproached her. He said, "What you want, my dear, is discipline." "Pooh," she answered, "I'm above discipline." The poor young man retired, unequal to the conversation, but the young woman went on her way, defiant and self-infatuated, believing that she really was superior to the opinions of others, the common decencies of conduct, the inevitable give and take of ordinary life. Driven to folly by lack of balance, she was learning to justify her folly by the argument for rebellion. Whether she will ever learn to control her actions, I do not know, but rebelliousness from a feeling that one is too good to be governed by normal standards is not only arrogant and unsocial, it is silly. It is, to my mind, a criminal form of silliness. But it is one very widely accepted by the young and the unimaginative. It must therefore be recognized and combated. It springs perhaps from disordered shame, which makes children noisily act in defiance of authority, particularly if there are others present to overhear. No children are worse behaved than those who are over-controlled. The word "don't" at the breakfast table produces more acts of violent rebellion than any amount of parental weakness. Unimaginativeness begets unimaginativeness. Rigidity in one person creates a counter-rigidity in the other. There is a thwarting upon both sides, a mutual shackle upon sweetness and understanding. A wildness of action arises, with loss of affection, respect, self-respect. And the vicious part of it is that children, we are all children, for we never grow up in human relations, once they are embarked upon an evil course, are driven by vanity to continue upon that course until they are exhausted, going from defiance to defiance, and ultimately building up a whole sophisticated gospel of axioms whereby rebellion is given warrant and virtue. The gospel of rebellion we know to be specious and without justification, but it is essential to us as human beings to maintain self-approval for our acts. If we cannot do this socially by comparative standards, we do it unsocially by subversion of those standards. Rebels are only prigs turned upside down or inside out. The great defect of prohibition is that when it can be enforced by law, it makes rebels who think there is something inconceivably clever in doing secretly that which the law forbids. They learn to think there is some subtle merit in evading the law. They encourage others to break the law and to develop cliques and finally new and silly conventions. Or, prohibition has another effect. It makes a whole class who accept its rulings, and gradually these people, owing to a peculiarity which all gregarious animals seem to have, begin to believe that unless all are of their persuasion and of their number, the fault lies with the rebels. First of all, they consider themselves superior to the rebels and despise them. Then, when they find that the rebels think that they are the superior class, in defying the law or the convention, a new set of notions arises, and this set of notions leads to persecution and to war. You cannot introduce any restrictive or prohibitive measure without developing fanatical conceit, narrow-mindedness, and intolerance, both in those who welcome the measure and in those who seek to ignore and even to defy its rulings. The puritanical attitude is almost wholly repressive, and naturally invokes force to aid its repressive measures. It did so in England centuries ago in the matter of the theatre, and we are living among all the rotten plays which have been written since, and the theatre is for the most part a place of ignominious diversion. The play-producing societies have nothing to produce that is worth producing, because the atmosphere which causes such plays as are written to be produced privately is not the healthy atmosphere from which masterpieces arise. It is an atmosphere impregnated with priggishness and a sense of superiority. It is an atmosphere, if there can be such a thing, of sterility. The same thing happens in other matters, and I do not feel at all certain that it may not happen with drink. If you say men are not to drink, you create two new classes. There is, of course, the existing class that does not care for drink and is afraid of its effects to the point of wishing to keep it away from those who do like drink. That class already flourishes in most communities, and so I do not place it among any two classes which are created by the Prohibition. The two classes are as follows: the class that submits and gradually develops priggishness and self-satisfaction at being in the majority, and the class that rebels and gradually develops priggishness and self-satisfaction at being in the minority. Both classes are objectionable, and I do not know which is the worse. They are both inevitable in a world of prohibitions, and if the United States, to which we are all looking as the real hope for intelligent civilization, is going to take away our beer and turn us into supporters of play-producing societies, I cannot think what will happen to the world. Better a wicked world than a virtuous one. Better a world in which we can hope that there are people worse than ourselves than a world where we know that there cannot be any better. End of Prohibition by Frank Swinnerton.
Sail to Key West and back to East Coast of Florida. From Florida Days by Vilma M. Goodman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Sail to Key West and back to East Coast of Florida by Vilma M. Goodman. The sail down the Gulf of Mexico, lasting a day and night, was without any thrills or incidents, but the weather was fair and warm, and watching the ever-changing shades of blue and green of the Gulf was a beautiful sight to me. I thoroughly enjoyed the meals and chats on deck, and was quite amused by the persistent attempts of a missionary's wife, Seventh-day Adventist, to convert me. She was a charming person, but it wasted too many hours trying to reclaim my lost soul. I did not wish to be saved just in her particular way, and she realized at last that I was a hopeless case. There were several Methodist ministers returning from a conference to Key West, and they were exceedingly kind to me without trying to convert me. One of them, a tall, very pale gentleman, helped me locate my hotel in Key West. I trust that he has fully recovered his strength. His thin, pale face and occasional cough worried me. I reached the Key West Hotel late in the afternoon, and got quite dizzy when I glanced at the thermometer on December 13th. It was broiling hot, and the minute I got into my room I rang for ice water, and then prepared to take a cold bath in order to cool off, both internally and externally. The instant I opened the faucet, the strong odor of the water and the color of it disgusted me. I let it run a while and realized I could not bathe in Key West if I never took another bath in my life. The sweet perfume of onions, garlic, ancient eggs, and gas we are all familiar with, but this delicious extract of strong odors they call water in Key West smells as if all the above-named highly scented ingredients were put into a large bin and a tight lid put over it and left to ferment about 10 years, and only then permitted to be used. Ye gods! I almost fainted, and I quickly turned off and got rid of all the aqua, and waited until some of the ice in my pitcher melted. The small colored boy was generous in handing out ice, for which may the angels always guard him, and I took a sponge bath. An hour later, I was in a streetcar on a tour of inspection. I enjoyed the refreshing breezes on the ocean side, and spent so much of my time there that I had no time left to see much of the town, and had to hurry back in order to reach the hotel before dark. Almost everybody here looked Spanish and spoke Spanish, as well as on the steamer. Early in the morning I was in the train bound for Miami. It was a hot, sultry day, but the windows were all open, and as we glided up through the Keys, over the most beautiful body of water I ever saw, I was enchanted. I shall not attempt to describe the symphony of pastel shades during a thunderstorm lasting about 10 minutes. 2 rainbows added greatly to the beauty of the blending of light greens, blues, tans, and cream of the water and the sky. I gazed until my eyes almost closed, and then I began to reflect for a few minutes that after all it's man's genius as well as his great enterprise that made it possible to plan and construct the most wonderful railway in the world, on water practically for miles and miles. At times I worry too much, and usually cross a bridge long before I get to it, but I never thought it possible that I could safely cross so many and such long ones, all in one morning. I arrived in Miami extremely tired. Among my acquaintances in Miami was a gentleman whom I had met on the steamer coming to Jacksonville, who did everything in his power to make me fall in love with Miami at first sight. I saw Miami Beach by moonlight, rode across the beautiful Bay of Biscayne and over the 3.5-mile bridge before I had time to open my suitcase in the clean, neatly furnished room of the United States Hotel. It was sizzling hot. There is something about the atmosphere of this beautiful, prosperous city and vicinity that I cannot quite describe. An air of gaiety and good cheer on everyone's sunburnt face, and in the hotels and restaurants the broad, manly shoulders of the officers, mostly from the aviation camp, with their intelligent, smiling faces, and the attractively gowned women, all wore a festive air. Every tourist drives around the James Deering estate, and I lost no time in seeing this choice garden spot of Florida, and the beautiful coconut grove leading to it. The natural growth here is luxuriant, and the vast amount of wealth, scientific knowledge, and labor combined spent to develop it have made this a paradise of beauty. It would be useless to mention the various kinds of tropical plants, trees, and gorgeous flowers and ferns. I shall leave all that to the imagination. There are so many places of interest to see near Miami that I had little time to rest. A few hours spent around the aviation camp, alligator farms, and Charles Deering estates were well utilized. I was urged to spend the entire winter in this large Garden of Eden, but firstly, Mrs. Stalker expected me in West Palm Beach, and secondly, I needed rest and quiet diversion much more than gaiety and excitement. And so I said good-bye to my kind and hospitable Miami acquaintances, and after 3 days of thorough enjoyment, I drove up the Dixie Highway to West Palm Beach on December 18th. Mrs. Stalker and her brother waited when the bus arrived and found accommodations for me for the night. End of Sail to Key West and Back to East Coast of Florida by Vilma M. Goodman.
Shacharit's Amidah, or Morning Prayer, by Unknown, translated by Simeon Singer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, and God of our fathers, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestowest loving kindnesses, and possessest all things, who rememberest the pious deeds of the patriarchs, and in love wilt bring a Redeemer to their children's children for thy name's sake. O King, Helper, Savior, and Shield, Blessed art thou, O Lord, the shield of Abraham. Thou, O Lord, art mighty forever, thou quickenest the dead, thou art mighty to save. Thou sustainest the living with loving kindness, quickenest the dead with great mercy, supportest the falling, healest the sick, loosest the bound, and keepest thy faith to them that sleep in the dust. Who is like unto thee, Lord of mighty acts, and who resembleth thee, O King, who killest and quickenest, and causest salvation to spring forth? Who is like unto thee, Father of mercy, who in mercy rememberest thy creatures unto life? Yea, faithful art thou to quicken the dead. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who quickenest the dead. Thou art holy, and thy name is holy, and holy beings praise thee daily. Selah. Blessed art thou, O Lord, the holy God. We will sanctify thy name in the world, even as they sanctify it in the highest heavens, as it is written by the hand of thy prophet. And they called one unto the other, and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. Those over against them say, Blessed, blessed be the glory of the Lord from his place. And in thy holy words it is written, saying, The Lord shall reign forever, thy God, O Zion, unto all generations. Praise ye the Lord. Unto all generations we will declare thy greatness, and to all eternity we will proclaim thy holiness. And thy praise, O our God, shall not depart from our mouth forever, for thou art a great and holy God and King. Blessed art thou, O Lord, the holy God. Thou favorest man with knowledge, and teachest mortals understanding. O favor us with knowledge, understanding, and discernment from thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord, gracious giver of knowledge. Cause us to return, O our Father, unto thy law. Draw us near, O our King, unto thy service, and bring us back in perfect repentance unto thy presence. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who delightest in repentance. Forgive us, O our Father, for we have sinned. Pardon us, O our King, for we have transgressed, for thou dost pardon and forgive. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who art gracious, and dost abundantly forgive. Look upon our affliction, and plead our cause, and redeem us speedily for thy name's sake, for thou art a mighty Redeemer. Blessed art thou, O Lord, the Redeemer of Israel. Heal us, O Lord, and we shall be healed. Save us, and we shall be saved, for thou art our praise. Vouchsafe a perfect healing to all our wounds, for thou, Almighty King, art a faithful and merciful physician. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who healest the sick of thy people Israel. Bless this year unto us, O Lord our God, together with every kind of the produce thereof, for our welfare. Give us a blessing upon the face of the earth. O satisfy us with thy goodness, and bless our year like other good years. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who blessest the years. Sound the great horn of our freedom. Lift up the ensign to gather our exiles, and gather us from the four corners of the earth. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who gatherest the banished ones of thy people Israel. Restore our judges as at the first, and our counselors as at the beginning. Remove from us grief and suffering. Reign thou over us, O Lord, thou alone, in loving kindness and tender mercy, and justify us in judgment. Blessed art thou, O Lord, the King who lovest righteousness and judgment. And for slanderers let there be no hope, and let all wickedness perish as in a moment. Let all thine enemies be speedily cut off, and the dominion of arrogance do thou uproot and crush, cast down and humble speedily in our days. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who breakest the enemies and humblest the arrogant. Towards the righteous and the pious, towards the elders of thy people the house of Israel, towards the remnant of their scribes, towards the proselytes of righteousness, and towards us also, may thy tender mercies be stirred, O Lord our God. Grant a good reward unto all who faithfully trust in thy name. Set our portion with them forever, so that we may not be put to shame. for we have trusted in thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord, the stay and trust of the righteous. And to Jerusalem, thy city, return in mercy, and dwell therein as thou hast spoken. Rebuild it soon in our days as an everlasting building, and speedily set up therein the throne of David. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who rebuildest Jerusalem. Speedily cause the offspring of David thy servant to flourish, and let his horn be exalted by thy salvation, because we wait for thy salvation all the day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who causest the horn of salvation to flourish. Hear our voice, O Lord our God. Spare us and have mercy upon us, and accept our prayer in mercy and favor. For thou art a God who hearkenest unto prayers and supplications. From thy presence, O our King, turn us not empty away. For thou hearkenest in mercy to the prayer of thy people Israel. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hearkenest unto prayer. Accept, O Lord our God, thy people Israel and their prayer. Restore the service to the oracle of thy house. Receive in love and favor both the fire offerings of Israel and their prayer. And may the service of thy people Israel be ever acceptable unto thee. Remember us, O Lord our God, thereon for our well-being. Be mindful of us for blessing, and save us unto life. By thy promise of salvation and mercy, spare us and be gracious unto us. Have mercy upon us and save us, for our eyes are bent upon thee, because thou art a gracious and merciful God and King. And let our eyes behold thy return in mercy to Zion. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who restorest thy divine presence unto Zion. We give thanks unto thee, for thou art the Lord our God, and the God of our fathers, for ever and ever. Thou art the rock of our lives, the shield of our salvation through every generation. We will give thanks unto thee, and declare thy praise for our lives which are committed unto thy hand, and for our souls which are in thy charge, and for thy miracles which are daily with us, and for thy wonders and thy benefits, which are wrought at all times, evening, morn, and noon. O thou who art all good, whose mercies fail not, thou merciful being, whose loving kindnesses never cease, we have ever hoped in thee. For all these things thy name, O our King, shall be continually blessed and exalted for ever and ever. And everything that liveth shall give thanks unto thee for ever, and shall praise thy name in truth, O God, our salvation and our help. Blessed art thou, O Lord, whose name is all good, and unto whom it is becoming to give thanks. Our God and God of our fathers, bless us with the threefold blessing of thy law written by the hand of Moses thy servant, which was spoken by Aaron and his sons, the priests, thy holy people, as it is said, The Lord bless thee and keep thee, the Lord make his face to shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord turn his face unto thee, and give thee peace. Grant peace, welfare, blessing, grace, loving kindness, and mercy unto us and unto all Israel, thy people. Bless us, O our Father, even all of us together, with the light of thy countenance. For by the light of thy countenance thou hast given us, O Lord our God, the law of life, loving kindness, and righteousness, blessing, mercy, life, and peace. And may it be good in thy sight to bless thy people Israel at all times and in every hour with thy peace. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who blessest thy people Israel with peace. O my God, guard my tongue from evil, and my lips from speaking guile. And to such as curse me, let my soul be dumb, yea, let my soul be unto all as the dust. Open my heart to thy law, and let my soul pursue thy commandments. If any design evil against me, speedily make their counsel of none effect, and frustrate their designs. Do it for the sake of thy name, do it for the sake of thy right hand, do it for the sake of thy holiness, do it for the sake of thy law. In order that thy beloved ones may be delivered, O save with thy right hand, and answer me. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before thee, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. He who maketh peace in his high places, may he make peace for us and for all Israel, and say ye, Amen. May it be thy will, O Lord our God and God of our fathers, that the temple be speedily rebuilt in our days, and grant our portion in thy law. And there we will serve thee with awe, as in the days of old, and as in ancient years. Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord, as in the days of old, and as in ancient years. End of Shacharit's Amidah, by Unknown, translated by Simeon Singer.
The Spanish Stage in the Time of Lope de Vega, by Stephen F. Austin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Spanish Stage in the Time of Lope de Vega. To the student of world drama, The Spanish Stage in the Time of Lope de Vega by Professor H. A. Rennert of the University of Pennsylvania should prove of interest. The book was published by the Hispanic Society of America in 1910, but despite the fact that it has been on the market for over a year, it appears to be little known. This is unfortunate in view of the much valuable and detailed information it contains concerning the origin and development of the Spanish drama in a period which corresponds both in point of time and of attainment to our own Elizabethan epoch. Beginning with the inception of the drama in Spain, which, as in England, was at the very altar of the Church, Dr. Rennert traces its course through the autos sacramentales in all their forms to the Comedia, which found its perfection at the hands of Calderon and Lope de Vega. In Spain, as in England, the drama rapidly became secularized, passing successively from the hands of the Church to those of the municipalities and the trade guilds. The religious drama, however, did not die out, as in England, but persisted side by side with the more popular form of amusement. Indeed, some of Lope's most successful compositions were written for performance during the Corpus Christi festival in Madrid. To the student of English drama, the histories of the Globe and the Blackfriars theatres in London are matters of prime interest, but to him who widens his field and views the drama not in its national but in its world aspect, the accounts of the Corral de la Cruz and the Corral del Principe, which Dr. Rennert has given us, should prove of equal importance. And scarcely second, those of the Huerta de Doña Elvira and the Coliseo in Seville, where many of the masterpieces of Spanish dramatic literature were performed for the first time. These, like most of the public theaters in Spain, were founded by charitable organizations as a source of revenue, and continued under their control for many years, being leased to the managers of various theatrical companies. As to their structure, their equipment, the conditions under which they operated, and the restrictions to which they were subject, we find an admirable account in our book. Those who have pondered similar problems in connection with the Elizabethan stage will appreciate the fullness of detail. The student will not be balked at every turn by that meagerness of data which makes all accounts of our own early theaters largely matters of conjecture. In no country did the drama receive so much encouragement as in Spain. Nowhere did it become so much a part of the national life. In view of this fact, it is not surprising to find the theaters mentioned again and again in the public records of the times. The city often undertook theatrical productions, especially those of a religious nature, and the entries of disbursements, still preserved, are often illuminating. Indeed, so important an adjunct to the community did the theatre become, that when the Colosseo in Seville was destroyed by fire, the city ordered it rebuilt, and then, not being satisfied with the job, tore it down and remodeled it at its own expense. Such interest on the part of the municipality as such is significant. As with the public theatres in England, scenery and stage devices of all kinds were comparatively late acquisitions. But, on the other hand, the church autos and the court representations early acquired a magnificence of scenic effect. This was imported from the Italian stage, and, as might be expected, in the course of time the public theatres began to follow the example, at first slowly and with the utmost naivete, but finally becoming more sophisticated, more and more ingenious, until in the days of Lope de Vega they had acquired a remarkable skill in staging. Indeed, that great poet was driven to complain more than once, quote, that in these days the people come to see a comedy, not to hear it, unquote. The costumes, too, became more elaborate, more expensive, and much more immodest, with what effect we shall presently see. Despite the fact that the theatres became so popular, certain cities threatened to close them because they kept the laborers from their work. Acting, as a profession, was and always continued in disrepute. During the 16th and 17th centuries, Spain was overrun with bands of strolling players. As a rule, they were a happy-go-lucky, shiftless lot, recruited from the lower classes. They led a hand-to-mouth existence, often giving a performance in exchange for a meal, and even in those days were marked people by reason, quote, of the looseness of their lives, especially the women, unquote. But even among the better and more prominent companies, blatant immorality was rife. This brought about much opposition on the part of the clergy, and also a good deal of restrictive legislation. It was unfortunate that professional players were often engaged to perform the Easter autos, and the appearance of some exceptionally notorious actor or actress in a saintly role was the subject of more than one philippic against the stage. But under the circumstances it was not surprising that virtue retired from the boards at an early date. The nomad life to which their profession subjected them, coupled with the demands made upon the players by the dreaded mosquitero, or pit, which delighted in all lasciviousness, were by no means conducive to clean living. Moreover, the architecture of the theatres was unfortunate. The dressing-room was often a community affair, and the managers seemed to experience the greatest difficulty in excluding the public from them. So demoralizing did these conditions become that the authorities sought to remedy them by legislation. From time to time, heavy fines were imposed upon the violation of what privacy the dressing and green rooms afforded. In 1596, legislation went further and closed the profession to unmarried women. These decrees, however, like all similar ones, seem to have had little effect. As might be expected, this immorality showed itself not only behind the scenes, but before the footlights as well. The dance had long had its place in all forms of public amusement, and by the end of the 16th century it had become the most powerful attraction of the commedia, almost displacing the more legitimate forms of acting. As public fancy wearied of one, another was invented, and each was an improvement over its predecessor in point of impropriety. The climax was reached in 1588, when the escaraman, the chacona, and the pestiferous zarabanda were introduced. It was in reference to these that the laws regulating costume were passed. Under these circumstances, it is but natural that the Church should have headed the opposition against the stage. But in Spain it never went to the same lengths we find in England after the Reformation. In that blessed clime the stage found no Puritans to contend with. Nevertheless, because of its position, the Church often was able to bring great pressure to bear upon the town councils, even upon the king, and what regulation there was is traceable directly to its influence. In the king, however, the Church usually found a poor ally. This is especially true of Philip IV. During whose reign the commedia attained the zenith of its development. From his earliest youth, Philip had been an ardent supporter of the theatres, often sending them comedias from the royal pen. But his enthusiasm, as Dr. Bennett points out, appears to have been due as much to his extraordinary weakness for actresses as to any genuine love of art. His courtiers followed his example, and under their lavish patronage the actors became a turbulent and unruly class. Whatever the origin of this royal support, it ripened conditions for a glorious epoch in the history of Spanish drama. The king drew to his court all who became eminent in their connection with the stage. Among the writers who thronged thither, Calderon and Lope de Vega were the most famous. Their compositions were often performed at court, under the direction of most noted managers, and the poets personally superintended the stage of their work. In these days the representations attained a magnificence never before dreamed of. Even the autos at the Corpus Festival surpassed in the matter of expensive stage device. Philip interfered with the public theatres in the most arbitrary fashion, sometimes summoning an actor or even a whole company right in the midst of a performance. In view of these facts, it is no great wonder that by the middle of the century we find the theatrical profession as dependent upon the king as upon the public. But, in regard to the drama, the effects of Philip's rule could not be staved off by any amount of royal patronage. By the latter half of the 17th century, the country had become poverty-stricken, bankrupt. Honest labor had come to be held in contempt, and because of royal extravagance, taxation was excessive. In the theatres this found expression in a waning popularity, and the managers were no longer able to meet expenses without the aid of the king. Moreover, with the single exception of Calderon, the great poets who had reared the fabric of a wonderful national drama were dead. The comedias that were produced were inferior, and failed to stimulate the dying public interest. It was easy to see that the end was near, and that another great period in the history of dramatic art was drawing to its close. Dr. Innert's book is an admirable commentary upon the conditions under which the commedia grew, flourished, and declined. Where detail would prove of value to the student, detail is not lacking, and those who read the book with a more superficial interest will find much to hold their attention. The text is enlivened from time to time with eyewitness accounts of various performances, or with reminiscences, often autobiographical in nature, of the many vicissitudes of some strolling player. The book should come as a welcome addition to the library of anyone interested in the drama from its historical side, and the fact that the book is published by the Hispanic Society, and so far as we know, is being pushed by no publisher, makes it an especial duty of the reviewer to call attention to its critical interest and scholarly importance. End of The Spanish Stage in the Time of Lope de Vega by Stephen F. Austin.
To Write or Not to Write by Susan Andrews Rice. From the Writer, Volume 6, April 1892. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To write or not to write. When anyone living in this age of the world feels that he has thoughts clamoring for utterance, he seeks advice from someone who has attained success in the profession of literature. In most instances, he receives no satisfactory criticism, and is compelled to act on innate conviction of his right to enter the thorny path and fight his way up to the top, where, we are told, there is always room. There seem to be two literary factions pitted against each other. Those of one class employ their best effort in dissuading young writers from writing. Those of another set forth an author's life in glowing colors. One faction will tell you that half the manuscripts sent to editors are not even accorded the courtesy of an examination, unless signed by a well-known name. Another says that editors are keenly on the outlook for original matter, seizing with avidity anything that promises to make a new element in current literature. A noted author writes to a young aspirant, "Sweet and natural though your utterance seems to be, let me ask you in the friendliest spirit not to write at all. The toil is great, the pursuit incessant, the reward not outward." To the same young woman writes another equally well-known writer, "Your work is excellent. You can and will succeed." The fact is obvious that there is a literary aristocracy in America, born in an intellectual atmosphere with inherited talent, wrapped in their own dreams, knowing little of the struggle and toil of their less fortunate co-workers. Its members stand aloof, saying, "Thou shalt not enter here." The old Italian poet quaintly puts it, "For singing loudly is not singing well, but ever by the song that's soft and low the master singer's voice is plain to tell." Few have it, and yet all are masters now, and each of them can trill out what he calls his ballads, canzonets, and madrigals. The world with masters is so covered o'er, there is no room for pupils any more. Therefore, the individual who contemplates becoming an author must be a law unto himself. If he finds his truest expression, his greatest delight in literary work, let him persevere, all the world to the contrary notwithstanding. There is no chance, no destiny, no fate can circumvent, can hinder, or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. Gifts count for nothing. Will alone is great. An editor, noted for his gentleness and courtesy, tells us that all writers must go through an evolutionary process of rejected manuscripts, and cites the instance of Mrs. Harriet Prescott Spofford, who awoke one morning to find herself famous. She had written The Amber Gods. When congratulated as the first author who had attained reputation by a single effort, she replied, "No, that is not true. I have been writing for years under an assumed name." End of To Write or Not to Write by Susan Andrews Rice. Read by Craig Campbell in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2009.
The Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Declaration of Independence of the United States of America.
By Thomas Jefferson.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone, for the tenure of their offices, and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people, and eat out their substance. He has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of, and superior to, the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offences, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighbouring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. End of the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. Read by Bologna Times.
What I Found in My Pocket by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Craig Smith. Once, when I was very young, I met one of those men who have made the empire what it is. A man in an astrakhan coat, with an astrakhan mustache, a tight, black, curly mustache. Whether he put on the mustache with the coat, or whether his Napoleonic will enabled him not only to grow a mustache in the usual place, but also to grow little mustaches all over his clothes, I do not know. I only remember that he said to me the following words: "A man can't get on nowadays by hanging about with his hands in his pockets." I made a reply with quite obvious flippancy that perhaps a man got on by having his hands in other people's pockets, whereupon he began to argue about moral evolution, so I suppose what I said had some truth in it. But the incident now comes back to me and connects itself with another incident, if you can call it an incident, which happened to me only the other day. I have only once in my life picked a pocket, and then, perhaps through some absent-mindedness, I picked my own. My act can really, with some reason, be so described, for in taking things out of my own pocket, I had at least one of the more tense and quivering emotions of the thief. I had a complete ignorance and a profound curiosity as to what I should find there. Perhaps it would be the exaggeration of eulogy to call me a tidy person. But I can always pretty satisfactorily account for all my possessions. I can always tell where they are, and what I have done with them, so long as I can keep them out of my pockets. If once anything slips into those unknown abysses, I wave it a sad Virgilian farewell. I suppose that the things that I have dropped into my pockets are still there. The same presumption applies to the things that I have dropped into the sea, but I regard the riches stored in both these bottomless chasms with the same reverent ignorance. They tell us that on the last day the sea will give up its dead, and I suppose that on the same occasion long strings of extraordinary things will come running out of my pockets. But I have quite forgotten what any of them are, and there is really nothing, excepting the money, that I shall be at all surprised at finding among them. Such, at least, has hitherto been my state of innocence. I here only wish briefly to recall the special, extraordinary, and hitherto unprecedented circumstances which led me in cold blood, and being of sound mind, to turn out my pockets. I was locked up in a third-class carriage for a rather long journey. The time was towards evening, but it might have been anything, for everything resembling earth or sky or light or shade was painted out as if with a great wet brush by an unshifting sheet of quite colourless rain. I had no books or newspapers. I had not even a pencil and a scrap of paper with which to write a religious epic. There were no advertisements on the walls of the carriage, otherwise I could have plunged into the study, for any collection of printed words is quite enough to suggest infinite complexities of mental ingenuity. When I find myself opposite the words sunlight soap, I can exhaust all the aspects of sun worship, Apollo, and summer poetry before I go on to the less congenial subject of soap. But there was no printed word or picture anywhere. There was nothing but blank wood inside the carriage and blank wet without. Now, I deny most energetically that anything is or can be uninteresting. So I stared at the joints of the walls and seats, and began thinking hard on the fascinating subject of wood. Just as I had begun to realize why, perhaps, it was that Christ was a carpenter, rather than a bricklayer or a baker or anything else, I suddenly started upright, and remembered my pockets. I was carrying about with me an unknown treasury. I had a British Museum and a South Kensington collection of unknown curios hung all over me in different places. I began to take the things out. The first thing I came upon consisted of piles and heaps of Battersea tram tickets. There were enough to equip a paper chase. They shook down in showers, like confetti. Primarily, of course, they touched upon my patriotic emotions, and brought tears to my eyes. They also provided me with the printed matter I required, for I found on the back of them some short but striking little scientific essays about some kind of pill. Comparatively speaking, in my then destitution, these tickets might be regarded as a small but well-chosen scientific library. Should my railway journey continue, which seemed likely at the time, for a few months longer, I could imagine myself throwing myself into the controversial aspects of the pill, composing replies and rejoinders pro and con upon the data furnished to me. But after all, it was the symbolic quality of the tickets that moved me the most. For as certainly as the cross of St. George means English patriotism, those scraps of paper meant all that municipal patriotism which is now, perhaps, the greatest hope of England. The next thing that I took out was a pocket knife. A pocket knife, I need hardly say, would require a thick book full of moral meditations all to itself. A knife typifies one of the most primary of those practical origins which, as upon low, thick pillows, all our human civilization reposes. Metals, the mystery of the thing called iron and the thing called steel, led me off half-dazed into a kind of dream. I saw into the entrails of dim, damp wood, where the first man among all the common stones found the strange stone. I saw a vague and violent battle, in which stone axes broke and stone knives were splintered against something shining and new in the hand of one desperate man. I heard all the hammers on all the anvils of the earth. I saw all the swords of feudal and all the wheels of industrial war. For the knife is only a short sword, and the pocket knife is a secret sword. I opened it and looked at that brilliant and terrible tongue which we call a blade, and I thought that perhaps it was the symbol of the oldest of the needs of man. The next moment I knew that I was wrong, for the thing that came next out of my pocket was a box of matches. Then I saw fire, which is stronger even than steel, the old, fierce, female thing, the thing we all love, but dare not touch. The next thing I found was a piece of chalk, and I saw in it all the art and all the frescoes of the world. The next was a coin of a very modest value, and I saw in it not only the image and superscription of our own Caesar, but all government and order since the world began. But I have not space to say what were the items in the long and splendid procession of poetical symbols that came pouring out. I cannot tell you all the things that were in my pocket. I can tell you one thing, however, that I could not find in my pocket. I allude to my railway ticket. End of What I Found in My Pocket by G.K. Chesterton. Read by Sean Craig Smith.
Wildflowers of the Asphalt by William Dean Howells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Wildflowers of the Asphalt by William Dean Howells. Looking through Mrs. Caroline A. Creevy's charming book on the flowers of field, hill, and swamp the other day, I was very forcibly reminded of the number of these pretty wilding growths which I had been finding all the season long among the streets of asphalt and the sidewalks of artificial stone in this city, and I am quite sure that anyone who has been kept in New York, as I have been this year, beyond the natural time of going into the country, can have as real a pleasure in the sylvan invasion as mine, if he will but give himself up to a sense of it. Part 1. Of course, it is altogether too late now to look for any of the early spring flowers, but I can recall the exquisite effect of the tender blue hepatica fringing the center rail of the grip cars all up and down Broadway, and apparently springing from the hollow beneath, where the cable ran with such a brook-like gurgle that any damp living plant must find itself a home there. The water pimpernel may now be seen, by any sympathetic eye, blowing delicately along the track, in the breeze of the passing cabs, and elastically lifting itself from the rush of the cars. The reader can easily verify it by the picture in Mrs. Creevy's book. He knows it by its other name of brookweed, and he will have my delight, I am sure, and the cardinal flower, which will be with us in August. It is a shy flower, loving the more sequestered nooks, and may be sought along the shady stretches of Third Avenue, where the elevated road overhead forms a shelter as of interlacing boughs. The arrowhead likes such swampy expanses as the converging surface roads form at Dead Man's Curve, and the corners of 23rd Street. This is in flower now, and will be till September. And St. John's wort, which some call the false goldenrod, is already here. You may find it in any moist low ground. But the gutters of Wall Street, or even the banks of the Stock Exchange, are not too dry for it. The real goldenrod is not much in evidence with us, for it comes only when summer is on the wane. The other night, however, on the promenade of the Madison Square roof garden, I was delighted to see it growing all over the oblong dome of the auditorium, in response to the cry of a homesick cricket which found itself in exile there at the base of a potted evergreen. This lonely insect had no sooner sounded its winter-boding note than the fawn flower began sympathetically to wave and droop along those tarry slopes, as I had seen it on how many hillside pastures. But this may have been only a transitory response to the cricket, and I cannot promise the visitor to the roof garden that he will find goldenrod there every night. I believe there is always golden seal, but it is the kind that comes in bottles, and not in the gloom of deep, cool, moist woods, where Mrs. Creevey describes it as growing, along with other wildings of such sweet names or quaint as celandine, and dwarf larkspur, and squirrel corn, and Dutchman's breeches, and pearlwort, and wood sorrel, and bishop's cap, and wintergreen, and Indian pipe, and snowberry, and adder's tongue, and wake robin, and dragon root, and Adam and Eve, and 20 more, which must have got their names from some fairy of genius. I should say it was a female fairy of genius who called them so, and that she had her own sex among mortals in mind when she invented their nomenclature, and was thinking of little girls, and slim pretty maids, and happy young wives. The author tells how they all look, with a fine sense of their charm in her words, but one would know how they looked from their names, and when you call them over, they at once transplant themselves to the depths of the dells between our skyscrapers, and find a brief sojourn in the cavernous excavations whence other skyscrapers are to rise. Part 2. That night on the roof garden, when the cricket's cry flowered the dome with goldenrod, the tall stems of rye growing among the orchestra sloped all one way at times, just like the bows of violins, in the half-dollar gale that always blows over the city at that height. But as one turns the leaves of Mrs. Creevey's magic book, perhaps one ought to say turns its petals, the forests and the fields come and make themselves at home in the city everywhere. By virtue of it, I have been more in the country in a half hour than if I had lived all June there. When I lift my eyes from its pictures or its letterpress, my vision prints the eidolons of wild flowers everywhere, as it prints the image of the sun against the air after dwelling on his brightness. The rose mallow flaunts along Fifth Avenue, and the golden threads of the dodder embroider the house fronts on the principal cross streets, and I might think at times that it was all mere fancy. It has so much the quality of a pleasing illusion. Yet Mrs. Creevey's book is not one to lend itself to such a deceit by any of the ordinary arts. It is rather matter-of-fact in form and manner, and largely owes what magic it has to the inherent charm of its subject. One feels this in merely glancing at the index, and reading such titles of chapters as Wet Meadows and Low Grounds, Dry Fields, Waste Places, Waysides, Hills and Rocky Woods, Open Woods, and Deep, Cool, Moist Woods, each a poem in itself, lyric or pastoral, and of a surpassing opulence of suggestion. The spring and summer months pass in stately processional through the book, each with her fillet inscribed with the names of her characteristic flowers or blossoms, and brightened with the blooms themselves. They are plucked from where nature bade them grow in the wild places, or their own wayward wills led them astray. A singularly fascinating chapter is that called Escaped from Gardens, in which some of these pretty renegades are catalogued. I supposed in my liberal ignorance that the bouncing bet was the only one of these, but I have learned that the pansy and the sweet violet love to gad, and that the caraway, the snapdragon, the prince's feather, the summer savory, the star of Bethlehem, the daylily, and the tiger lily, and even the sluggish stone crop are of the vagrant, fragrant company. One is not surprised to meet the tiger lily. That must always have had the jungle in its heart. But that the baby's breath should be found wandering by the roadsides from Massachusetts and Virginia to Ohio gives one a tender pang as for a lost child. Perhaps the poor human tramps, who sleep in barns and feed at back doors along those dusty ways, are mindful of the baby's breath, and keep a kindly eye out for the little truant. Part 3. As I was writing those homely names, I felt again how fit and lovely they were, how much more fit and lovely than the scientific names of the flowers. Mrs. Creevey will make a botanist of you, if you will let her, and I fancy a very good botanist, though I cannot speak from experience. But she will make a poet of you in spite of yourself, as I very well know. And she will do this simply by giving you first the familiar name of the flowers she loves to write of. I am not saying that the daylily would not smell as sweet by her title of Hemerocallis fulva, or that the homely, hearty, bouncing bet would not kiss as deliciously in her scholar's cap and gown of Saponaria officinalis, but merely that their college degrees do not lend themselves so willingly to verse or even melodious prose, which is what the poet is often after nowadays. So I like best to hail the flowers by the names that the fairies gave them, and the children know them by, especially when my longing for them makes them grow here in the city streets. I have a fancy that they would all vanish away if I saluted them in botanical terms. As long as I talk of cat-tail rushes, the homeless grimalkins of the areas and the back fences help me to a vision of the swamps thickly studded with their stiff spears. But if I call them Typha latifolia, or even Typha angustifolia, there is not the hardiest and fiercest prowler of the roof and the fire escape, but would fly to the sound of my voice and leave me forlorn amid the withered foliage of my dream. The street sparrows, pestiferous and persistent as they are, would forsake my sylvan pageant if I spoke of the bird-foot violet as the viola pedata, and the commonest cur would run howling if he heard the gentle poison dogwood maligned as the rus veninata. The very milk cans would turn to their native pumps in disgust from my attempt to invoke our simple American cowslip as the Dodecatheon media. Part 4. Yet I do not deny that such scientific nomenclature has its uses, and I should be far from undervaluing this side of Mrs. Creevey's book. In fact, I secretly respect it the more for its botanical lore, and if ever I get into the woods or fields again, I mean to go up to some of the humblest flowers, such as I can feel myself on easy terms with, and tell them what they are in Latin. I think it will surprise them, and I dare say they will some of them like it, and will want their initials inscribed on their leaves, like those signatures which the medicinal plants bear, or are supposed to bear. But as long as I am engaged in their culture, amid the stone and iron and asphalt, I find it best to invite their presence by their familiar names, and I hope they will not think them too familiar. I should like to get them all naturalized here, so that the thousands of poor city children who never saw them growing in their native places might have some notion of how bountifully the world is equipped with beauty, and how it is governed by many laws which are not enforced by policemen. I think that would interest them very much, and I shall not mind their plucking my Barmecide blossoms and carrying them home by the armfuls. When goodwill costs nothing, we ought to practice it, even with the tramps, and these are very welcome, in their wanderings over the city pave, to rest their weary limbs in any of my pleached bowers they come to. End of Wildflowers of the Asphalt by William Dean Howells.
Yorktown Entry in Dictionary of American Naval Fighting Ships by the U.S. Naval Historical Center. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Yorktown, the Third. CV5. Displacement, 19,800 tons. Length, 809 feet, 6 inches. Beam, 83 feet, 1 inch. Draft, 28 feet. Speed, 32.5 knots. Complement, 2,919. Armament, 8 5-inch guns, 22 50 caliber machine guns. Aircraft carried, 81 to 85. Class, Yorktown. The third Yorktown, CV5, was laid down on 21 May 1934 at Newport News, Virginia, by the Newport News Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company. Launched on 4 April 1936, sponsored by Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt, and commissioned at the Naval Operating Base, NOB, Norfolk, Virginia, on 30 September 1937. Captain Ernest D. McWhorter in command. After fitting out, the aircraft carrier trained in Hampton Roads and in the southern drill grounds off the Virginia Capes into January of 1938, conducting carrier qualifications for her newly embarked air group. Yorktown sailed for the Caribbean on 8 January 1938 and arrived at Culebra, Puerto Rico on 13 January. Over the ensuing month, the carrier conducted her shakedown, touching at Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, Gonaives, Haiti, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and Cristobal, Panama Canal Zone. Departing Column Bay, Cristobal, on 1 March, Yorktown sailed for Hampton Roads and arrived there on the 6th and shifted to the Norfolk Navy Yard the next day for post-shakedown availability. After undergoing repairs through the early autumn of 1938, Yorktown shifted from Navy Yard to NOB Norfolk on 17 October and soon headed for the southern drill grounds for training. Yorktown operated off the eastern seaboard, ranging from Chesapeake Bay to Guantanamo Bay into 1939. As flagship for Carrier Division, Cardiff II, she participated in her first war game, Fleet Problem 20, along with her sister ship Enterprise, CV6, in February 1939. The scenario for the exercise called for one fleet to control the sea lanes in the Caribbean against the incursion of a foreign European power, while maintaining sufficient naval strength to protect vital American interests in the Pacific. The maneuvers were witnessed in part by President Roosevelt, embarked in the heavy cruiser Houston, CA-30. The critique of the operation revealed that carrier operations, a part of the scenarios for the annual exercises since the entry of Langley, CV-1, into the war games in 1925, had achieved a new peak of efficiency. Despite the inexperience of Yorktown and Enterprise, comparative newcomers to the fleet, both carriers made significant contributions to the success of the problem. The planners had studied the employment of carriers and their embarked air groups in connection with convoy escort, anti-submarine defense, and various attack measures against surface ships and shore installations. In short, they worked to develop the tactics that would be used when war actually came. Following Fleet Problem 20, Yorktown returned briefly to Hampton Roads before sailing for the Pacific on 20 April. Transiting the Panama Canal a week later, Yorktown soon commenced a regular routine of operations with the Pacific Fleet. Operating out of San Diego into 1940, the carrier participated in Fleet Problem 21 that April. Fleet Problem 21, a two-part exercise, included some of the operations that would characterize future warfare in the Pacific. The first part of the exercise was devoted to training and making plans and estimates, in screening and scouting, in coordination of combatant units, and in employing fleet and standard dispositions. The second phase included training and convoy protection, the seizure of advanced bases, and ultimately, the decisive engagement between the opposing fleets. The last pre-war exercise of its type, Fleet Problem 21, contained two exercises, comparatively minor at the time, where air operations played a major role. Fleet Joint Air Exercise 114A prophetically pointed out the need to coordinate Army and Navy defense plans for the Hawaiian Islands, and Fleet Exercise 114 proved that aircraft could be used for high-altitude tracking of surface forces, a significant role for planes that would be fully realized in the war to come. With the retention of the fleet in Hawaiian waters after the conclusion of Fleet Problem 21, Yorktown operated in the Pacific off the west coast of the United States and in Hawaiian waters until the following spring, when the success of German U-boats preying upon British shipping in the Atlantic required a shift of American naval strength. Thus, to reinforce the Atlantic Fleet, the Navy transferred a substantial force from the Pacific, including Yorktown, a battleship division, and accompanying cruisers and destroyers. Yorktown departed Pearl Harbor on 20 April 1941 in company with Warrington, DD-383, Somers, DD-381, and Gelett, DD-396. Headed southeast, transited the Panama Canal on the night of 6 and 7 May, and arrived at Bermuda on the 12th. From that time to the entry of the United States into the war, Yorktown conducted 4 patrols in the Atlantic, ranging from Newfoundland to Bermuda and logging 7,642 miles steamed while enforcing American neutrality. Although Adolf Hitler had forbidden his submarines to attack American ships, the men who manned the American naval vessels were not aware of this policy and operated on a wartime footing in the Atlantic. On 28 October, while Yorktown, Battleship New Mexico, BB-41, and other American warships were screening a convoy, a destroyer picked up a submarine contact and dropped depth charges while the convoy itself made an emergency starboard turn, the first of the convoy's 3 emergency changes of course. Late that afternoon, engine repairs to one of the ships in the convoy, Empire Pintail, reduced the convoy's speed to 11 knots. During the night, the American ships intercepted strong German radio signals, indicating submarines probably in the vicinity reporting the group. Rear Admiral H. Kent Hewitt, commanding the escort force, sent a destroyer to sweep astern of the convoy to destroy the U-boat or at least drive him under. The next day, while cruiser scout planes patrolled overhead, Yorktown and Savannah, CL-42, fueled or escorting destroyers, finishing the task just at dusk. On the 30th, Yorktown was preparing to fuel 3 destroyers when other escorts made sound contacts. The convoy subsequently made 10 emergency turns, while Morris, DD-417, and Anderson, DD-411, dropped depth charges, and Hughes, DD-410, assisted in developing the contact. Anderson later made 2 more depth charge attacks, noticing considerable oil was slick spreading, but no wreckage. The short-of-war period was becoming more like the real thing as each day went on. Elsewhere on 30 October, and more than a month before Japanese planes attacked Pearl Harbor, U-562 torpedoed the Reuben James, DD-245, sinking her with a heavy loss of life, the first loss of an American warship in World War II. After another neutrality patrol stint in November, Yorktown put into Norfolk on 2 December and was there 5 days later when American fighting men in Hawaii were rudely awakened to find their country at war. The early news from the Pacific was bleak. The Pacific Fleet had taken a beating. With the battle line crippled, the unhurt American carriers assumed great importance. There were, on 7 December, only 3 in the Pacific: Enterprise, Lexington, CB-2, and Saratoga, CB-3. While Ranger, CB-4, Wasp, CB-7, and the recently commissioned Hornet, CB-8, remained in the Atlantic, Yorktown departed Norfolk on 16 December 1941 and sailed for the Pacific, her secondary gun gallery studded with new 20mm Oerlikon machine guns. She reached San Diego, California on 30 December 1941 and soon became flagship for Rear Admiral Flack Jack Fletcher's newly formed task force, TF-17. The carrier's first mission at a new theater was to escort a convoy carrying Marine reinforcements to American Samoa. Departing San Diego on 6 January 1942, Yorktown and her consorts covered the movements of Marines to Tutuila and Pago Pago to augment the garrison already there. having safely covered that troop movement, Yorktown and Company with sister ship Enterprise departed Samoan waters on 25 January. 6 days later, TF-8, built around Enterprise, and TF-17, built around Yorktown, parted company. The former headed for the Marshall Islands, the latter for the Gilberts, each bound to take part in the first American offensive of the war, the Marshall-Gilberts raids. At 05:17 hours, Yorktown, screened by Louisville, CA-28, and St. Louis, CL-49, and 4 destroyers, launched 11 torpedo planes, Douglas TBD-1 Devastators, and 17 scout bombers, Douglas SBD-3 Dauntlesses, under the command of Commander Curtis W. Smiley. Those planes hit what Japanese shore installations and shipping they could find at Gelett, but adverse weather conditions hampered the mission, in which 6 planes were lost. Other Yorktown planes attacked Japanese installations and ships at Macon and Mill atolls. The attack by TF-17 on the Gilberts had apparently been a complete surprise, since the American force encountered no enemy surface ships. A single 4-engine Kawanishi E-7K Mavis patrol bomber seaplane attempted to attack American destroyers that had been sent astern in hope of recovering planes overdue from the Gelett mission. Anti-aircraft fire from the destroyers drove off the intruder before he could cause any damage. Later, another Mavis, or possibly the same one that had attacked the destroyers, came out of low clouds 15,000 yards from Yorktown. The carrier withheld her anti-aircraft fire in order not to interfere with the Combat Air Patrol CAP fighters. Presently, the Mavis, pursued by 2 Wildcats, disappeared behind a cloud. Within 5 minutes, the enemy patrol plane fell out of the clouds and crashed into the water. Although TF-17 was slated to make a second attack on Gelett, it was cancelled because of heavy rainstorms and the approach of darkness. Therefore, the Yorktown force retired from the area. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz later called the Marshall-Gilbert raids well conceived, well planned, and brilliantly executed. The results obtained by TS-8 and 17 were noteworthy, Nimitz continued in his subsequent report, because the task force had been obliged to make their attacks somewhat blindly, due to lack of hard intelligence data on the Japanese-mandated islands. Yorktown subsequently returned to Pearl Harbor and replenished there before she put out to sea on 14 February, bound for the Coral Sea. On 6 March, she rendezvoused with TF-11, formed around Lexington and under the command of Rear Admiral Wilson Brown, and headed towards Rabaul and Gasmata to attack Japanese shipping there in an effort to check the Japanese advance and to cover the landing of Allied troops in Noumea, New Caledonia. However, as the 2 flat tops, screened by a powerful force of 8 heavy cruisers, including the Australian HMAS Australia and 14 destroyers, steamed towards New Guinea, the Japanese continued their advance towards Australia with a landing on 7 March at the Huon Gulf, in the Salamalalay area on the eastern end of New Guinea. Word of the Japanese operation prompted Admiral Brown to change the objective of TF-11's strike from Rabaul to the Salamalalay sector. On the morning of 10 March 1942, American carriers launched aircraft from the Gulf of Papa. Lexington flew off her air group commencing at 07:49 hours, and 21 minutes later, Yorktown followed suit. While the choice of the Gulf as a launch point for the strike meant that the planes would have to fly some 125 miles across the Owen Stanley Mountains, a range not known for the best flying conditions, that approach provided security for the task force and ensured surprise. In the attacks that followed, Lexington's SBDs from Scouting Squadron VS-2 commenced dive bombing Japanese ships at Lae at 09:22 hours. The carrier's torpedo squadron VT-2 and bombing squadron VB-2 attacked shipping at Salamaua at 09:38 hours. Her fighters from fighter squadron VF-2 split up into 4 plane attack groups, one strafed Lae and the other Salamaua. Yorktown's planes followed on the heels of those from Lady Lex. VB-5 and VT-5 attacked Japanese ships in the Salamaua area at 09:50 hours, while VS-5 went after auxiliaries more close to the shore at Lae. The fighters of VF-42 flew over Salamaua on CAP until they determined that there was no air opposition, and then strafed surface objectives in small boats in the harbor. After carrying out their missions, the American planes returned to their carriers, and 103 planes of the 104 launch were safely back on board by noon. One SB-32 of VS-2 had been downed by Japanese anti-aircraft fire. The raid on Salamaua and Lae was the first attack by many pilots of both carriers, and while the resultant torpedo and bombing accuracy was inferior to that achieved in later actions, The operation gave the flyers invaluable experience which enabled them to do so well in the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway. Task Force 11 retired at 20 knots on a southeasterly course until dark, when the ship steered eastward at 15 knots and made a rendezvous with Task Group TG 11.7, 4 heavy cruisers and 4 destroyers under Rear Admiral John G. Grace, Royal Navy, the group that had provided cover for the carriers on their approach to New Guinea. Yorktown resumed her patrols in the Coral Sea area, remaining at sea into April, out of reach of Japanese land-based aircraft and ready to carry out offensive operations whenever the opportunity presented itself. After the Leh Salamaua raid, the situation in the South Pacific seemed temporarily stabilized, and Yorktown and her consorts in TF-17 put into the undeveloped harbor at Tongatangu and the Tonga Islands for needed upkeep, having been at sea continuously since departing from Pearl Harbor on 14 February. However, the enemy was soon on the move. To Admiral Nimitz, there seemed to be excellent indications that the Japanese intended to make a seaborne attack on Port Moresby the first week in May. Yorktown accordingly departed Tonga-Tabou on 27 April, bound once more for the Coral Sea. TF-11, commanded by Rear Admiral Aubrey W. Fitch, who had relieved Brown in Lexington, departed Pearl Harbor to join Fletcher's TF-17 and arrived in the vicinity of Yorktown's group southwest of the New Hebrides Islands on 1 May. At 15:17 hours the next afternoon, 2 Dauntlesses from VS-5 sighted a Japanese submarine running on the surface. 3 Devastators took off from Yorktown, sped to the scene, and carried out an attack that only succeeded in driving the submarine under. On the morning of the 3rd, TF-11 and TF-17 were some 100 miles apart, engaging in fuel line operations. Shortly before midnight, Fletcher received word from Australian-based aircraft that Japanese transports were disembarking troops and equipment at Tulagi in the Solomon Islands. Arriving soon after the Australians had evacuated the place, the Japanese landed to commence construction of a seaplane base there to support their southward thrust. Yorktown accordingly set course northward at 27 knots. By daybreak on 4 May, she was within striking distance of the newly established Japanese beachhead and launched her first strike at 0701 hours. 18 F-4F-3s of VF-42, 12 TBDs of VT-5, and 28 SBDs from VS and BV-5. Yorktown's air group made 3 consecutive attacks on enemy ships and shore installations at Tulagi and Gavuti on the south coast of Florida Island in the Solomons. Expending 22 torpedoes and 76 1,000-pound bombs in 3 attacks, Yorktown's planes sank a destroyer, Kukuzi, 3 minecraft, and 4 barges. In addition, Air Group 5 destroyed 5 enemy seaplanes, all at the cost of 2 F-4Fs lost. The pilots were recovered, and 1 TBD, whose crew was lost. Meanwhile, that same day, TF-44, a cruiser-destroyer force under Rear Admiral Grace, RN, joined Lexington's TF-11, thus completing the composition of the Allied force on the eve of the crucial Battle of the Coral Sea. Elsewhere, to the northward, the enemy was on his way. 11 troop-laden transports, escorted by destroyers and covered by the light carrier Shoho, 4 heavy cruisers, and a destroyer, steamed towards Port Moresby. In addition, another Japanese task force, formed around the 2 Pearl Harbor veterans, carriers Shikaku and Zuikaku, screened by 2 heavy cruisers and 6 destroyers, provided additional air cover. On the morning of the 6th, Fletcher gathered all Allied forces under his tactical command as TF-17. At daybreak on the 7th, he dispatched Grace, with the cruisers and destroyers under his command, toward the Louisade Archipelago, to intercept an enemy attempt to move toward Port Moresby. Meanwhile, while Fletcher moved northward with his 2 flat tops and their screens in search of the enemy, Japanese search planes located the oiler Neosho AO-23 and her escort Sims DD-409 and identified the former as a carrier. 2 waves of Japanese planes, first high-level bombers and then dive bombers, attacked the 2 ships. Sims, her anti-aircraft battery crippled by gun failures, took 3 direct hits and sank quickly with a heavy loss of life. Neosho was more fortunate in that, even after 7 direct hits and 8 near misses, she remained afloat, until on the 11th, her survivors were picked up by the Henley, DD-391, and her hulk sunk by the rescuing destroyer. In their tribulation, Neosho and Sims had performed a valuable service, drawing off the planes that might otherwise have hit Fletcher's carriers. Meanwhile, Yorktown and Lexington's planes found Shoho and punished that Japanese light carrier unmercifully, sending her to the bottom. One of Lexington pilots reported this victory with the radio message, "Scratch one flat top." That afternoon, Shoikaku and Zuikaku, still unlocated by Fletcher's forces, launched 27 bombers and torpedo planes to search for the American ships. Their flight proved uneventful until they ran into fighters from Yorktown and Lexington, who proceeded to down 9 enemy planes in the ensuing dogfight. Near twilight, 3 Japanese planes incredibly mistook Yorktown for their own carrier and attempted to land. The ship's gunfire, though, drove them off, and the enemy planes crossed Yorktown's bow and turned away out of range. 20 minutes later, when 3 more enemy pilots made the mistake of trying to get into Yorktown's landing circle, the carrier's gunners splashed one of the trio. However, the Battle of the Coral Sea was far from over. The next morning, 8 May, a Lexington search plane spotted Admiral Tagagi's carrier striking force, including Zuikaku and Shokaku, the flat tops that had proved so elusive the day before. Yorktown planes scored 2 bomb hits on Shokaku, damaging her flight deck and thus preventing her from launching aircraft. In addition, the bomb set off explosions in gasoline storage tanks and destroyed an engine repair workshop. Lexington's Dauntlesses added another hit. Between the 2 American air groups, the hits scored killed 108 Japanese sailors and wounded 40 more. While the American planes were bedeviling the Japanese flat tops, however, Yorktown and Lexington, alerted by an intercepted message which indicated that the Japanese knew of their whereabouts, were preparing to fight off a retaliatory strike. Sure enough, shortly after 1100 hours, that attack came. American CAP Wildcats slashed into the Japanese formations, downing 17 planes. Some, though, managed to slip through the fighters, and the Kates that did so managed to launch torpedoes from both sides of Lexington's bows. 2 fish tore into Lady Lex on the port side. Dive bombers, Vals, added to the destruction with 3 bomb hits. Lexington developed a list with 3 partially flooded engineering spaces. Several fires raged below decks, and the carrier's elevators were out of commission. Meanwhile, Yorktown was having problems of her own. Skillfully maneuvered by Captain Elliot Buckmaster, her commanding officer, the carrier dodged 8 torpedoes. Attacked then by Vals, the ship managed to evade all but 1 bomb. That one, however, penetrated the flight deck and exploded below decks, killing or seriously injuring 66 men. Yorktown's damage control parties brought the fires under control, and despite her wounds, the ship was still able to continue her flight operations. The air battle itself ended shortly before noon on the 8th, and within an hour, Lady Lex was on an even keel, although slightly down by the bow. Her damage control parties had already extinguished 3 out of the 4 fires below. In addition, she was making 25 knots, and was recovering her air group. At 12:47 hours, however, disaster struck Lexington, when a heavy explosion, caused by the ignition of gasoline vapors, rocked the ship. The flames raced through the ship, and further internal explosions tore the ship apart inside. Lexington battled for survival, but despite the valiant efforts of her crew, she had to be abandoned. Captain Frederick C. Sherman sadly ordered abandoned ship at 17:07 hours. Her men went over the side in an orderly fashion, and were picked up by the cruisers and destroyers of the carrier's screen. Torpedoes fired by Phelps, DD-361, hastened the end of Lady Lex. As Yorktown and her consorts retired from Coral Sea to lick their wounds, the situation in the Pacific stood altered. The Japanese had won a tactical victory, inflicting comparatively heavy losses on the Allied force. But the Allies, in stemming the tide of Japan's conquest in the South and Southwest Pacific, had achieved a strategic victory. They had blunted the drive towards strategic Port Moresby and had saved the tenuous lifeline between America and Australia. Yorktown had not achieved her part in the victory without cost, but had suffered enough damage to cause experts to estimate that at least 3 months in a yard would be required to put her back in fighting trim. Unfortunately, there was little time for repairs, because Allied intelligence, most notably the cryptographic unit at Pearl Harbor, had gained enough information from decoded Japanese naval messages to estimate that the Japanese were on the threshold of a major operation aimed at the northeastern tip of the Hawaiian chain, 2 islets in a low coral atoll known as Midway. Thus armed with this intelligence, Admiral Nimitz began methodically planning Midway's defense, rushing all possible reinforcement in the way of men, planes, and guns to Midway. In addition, he began gathering his naval forces, comparatively meager as they were, to meet the enemy at sea. As part of those preparations, he recalled TF-16, Enterprise, and Hornet, CV-8, to Pearl Harbor for a quick replenishment. Yorktown, too, received orders to return to Hawaii, and she arrived at Pearl Harbor on 27 May. Miraculously, yard workers there, laboring around the clock, made enough repairs to enable the ship to put to sea. Her air group, for the most part experienced but weary, was augmented by planes and flyers from Saratoga, CV-3, which was then headed for Hawaiian waters after a modernization on the west coast. Ready for battle, Yorktown sailed as the central ship of TF-17 on 30 May. Northeast of Midway, Yorktown, flying Rear Admiral Fletcher's flag, rendezvoused with TF-16 under Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, and maintained a position 10 miles to the northward of the latter. Over the days that ensued, as the ships proceeded toward a date with destiny, few men realized that within the next few days the pivotal battle of the war in the Pacific would be fought. Patrols both from Midway itself and from the carriers proceeded apace during those early days in June. On the morning of the 4th, as dawn began to streak the eastern sky, Yorktown launched a 10-plane group of Dauntlesses from VB-5, which searched the northern semicircle for a distance of 100 miles, but found nothing. Meanwhile, PBYs flying from Midway had sighted the approaching Japanese and broadcast what turned out to be the alarm for the American forces defending the key atoll. Admiral Fletcher, in tactical command, ordered Admiral Spruance with TF-16 to locate the enemy carrier force and strike them as soon as they were found. Yorktown's search group returned at 0830 hours, landing soon after the last of the 6-plane CAP had left the deck. When the last of the Dauntlesses had landed, a flight deck ballet took place in which the deck was spotted for the launch of the ship's attack group, 17 Dauntlesses from VB-3, 12 Devastators from VT-3, and 6 Wildcats from Fighting 3. Enterprise and Hornet, meanwhile, launched their attack groups. The torpedo planes from the 3 American flat tops located the Japanese carrier striking force but met disaster. Of the 41 planes from VT-8, VT-6, and VT-3, only 6 returned to Enterprise and Yorktown collectively. None made it back to Hornet. The destruction of the torpedo planes, however, had served a purpose. The Japanese CAP had broken off their high-altitude cover for their carriers and had concentrated on the Devastators, flying low on the deck. The skies above were thus left open for Dauntlesses arriving from Yorktown and Enterprise. Virtually unopposed, the SBD dove to the attack. The results were spectacular. Yorktown's dive bombers pummeled Soryu, making 3 lethal hits with 1,000-pound bombs that turned the ship into a flaming inferno. Enterprise's planes, meanwhile, hit Akagi and Kaga, turning them too into wrecks within a very short time. The bombs from the Dauntlesses caught all of the Japanese carriers in the midst of refueling and rearming operations, and the combination of bombs and gasoline proved explosive and disastrous to the Japanese. 3 Japanese carriers had been lost. A 4th, however, still roamed at large, Hiryu. Separated from her sisters, that ship had launched a striking force of 18 Vals that soon located Yorktown. As soon as the attackers had been picked up on Yorktown's radar at about 13:29 hours, she discontinued the fueling of her CAP fighters on deck and swiftly cleared for action. Her returning dive bombers were moved from the landing circle to open the area for anti-aircraft fire. The Dauntlesses were ordered aloft to form a CAP. An auxiliary gasoline tank, of 800 gallons capacity, was pushed over the carrier's fantail, eliminating 1 fire hazard. The crew drained fuel lines and closed and secured all compartments. All of Yorktown's fighters were vectored out to intercept the oncoming Japanese aircraft, and did so some 15 to 20 miles out. The Wildcats attacked vigorously, breaking up what appeared to be an organized attack by some 18 Vals and 18 Zeros. Planes were flying in every direction, wrote Captain Buckminster after the action, and many were falling in flames. Yorktown and her escorts went to full speed, and as the Japanese raiders attacked, began maneuvering radically. Intense anti-aircraft fire greeted the Vals and Kates as they approached their release points. Despite the barrage, though, 3 Vals scored hits. 2 of them were shot down soon after releasing their bomb loads. The 3rd went out of control just as his bomb left the rack. It tumbled in flight and hit just abaft 2 elevator on the starboard side, exploding on contact and blasting a hole about 10 feet square in the flight deck. Splinters from the exploding bomb decimated the crews of the 2 1.1-inch gun mounts aft of the island and on the flight deck below. Fragments piercing the flight deck hit 3 planes on the hangar deck, starting fires. One of the aircraft, a Yorktown Dauntless, was fully fueled and carrying a 1,000-pound bomb. Prompt action by Lieutenant A.C. Emerson, the hangar deck officer, prevented a serious conflagration by releasing the sprinkler system and quickly extinguishing the fire. The second bomb to hit the ship came from the port side, pierced the flight deck, and exploded in the lower part of the funnel. It ruptured the uptakes for 3 boilers, disabled 2 boilers themselves, and extinguished the fires in 5 boilers. Smoke and gases began filling the fire rooms of 6 boilers. The men at number 1 boiler, however, remained at their post despite their danger and discomfort and kept its fire going, maintaining enough steam pressure to allow the auxiliary steam systems to function. A third bomb hit the carrier from the starboard side, pierced the side of number 1 elevator, and exploded on the 4th deck, starting a persistent fire in the rag storage space, adjacent to the forward gasoline stowage and the magazines. The prior precaution of smothering the gasoline system with CO2 undoubtedly prevented the gasolines igniting. While the ship recovered from the damage inflicted by the dive bombing attack, her speed dropped to 6 knots, and then, at 1440 hours, about 20 minutes after the bomb hit that had shut down most of the boilers, Yorktown slowed to a stop, dead in the water. At about 1540 hours, Yorktown prepared to get underway again, and at 1550 hours, the engine room force reported that they were ready to make 20 knots or better. The ship was not yet out of the fight. Simultaneously, with the fires controlled sufficiently to warrant the resumption of fueling operations, Yorktown began fueling the gasoline tanks to the fighters then on deck. Fueling had just commenced when the ship's radar picked up an incoming air group at a distance of 33 miles away. While the ship prepared for battle, again smothering gasoline systems and stopping the fueling of the planes on her flight deck, she vectored 4 of the 6 fighters of the CAP in the air to intercept the incoming raiders. Of the 10 fighters on board, 8 had as much as 23 gallons of fuel in their tanks. They accordingly were launched as the remaining pair of fighters of the CAP headed out to intercept the Japanese planes. At 1600 hours, Yorktown churned forward, making 20 knots. The fighters she had launched and vectored out to intercept had meanwhile made contact. Yorktown received reports that the planes were Kate's. The Wildcats downed at least 3 of the attacking torpedo planes, but the rest began their approach in the teeth of a heavy anti-aircraft barrage from the carrier and her escorts. Yorktown maneuvered radically, avoiding at least 2 torpedoes before 2 fish tore into her port side within minutes of each other. The first hit at 1620 hours. The carrier had been mortally wounded. She lost power and went dead in the water with a jammed rudder and an increasing list to port. As the list progressed, Commander C.E. Aldrich, the damage control officer, reported from Central Station that without power, controlling the flooding looked impossible. The engineering officer, Lieutenant Commander J.F. Delaney, soon reported that all fires were out. All power was lost, and worse yet, it was impossible to correct the list. Faced with that situation, Captain Buckmaster ordered Ulrich, Delaney, and their men to secure and lay up on deck to put on life jackets. The list, meanwhile, continued to increase. When it reached 26 degrees, Buckmaster and Aldrich agreed that the ship's capsizing was only a matter of minutes. In order to save as many of the ship's company as possible, the captain wrote later, he ordered the ship to be abandoned. Over the minutes that ensued, the crew left ship, lowering the wounded to life rafts and striking out for the nearby destroyers and cruisers to be picked up by boats from those ships. After the evacuation of all wounded, the executive officer, Commander I.D. Wiltsey, left the ship down a line on the starboard side. Captain Buckmaster, meanwhile, toured the ship for one last time, inspecting her to see if any men remained. After finding no live personnel, Buckmaster lowered himself to the water by means of a line over the stern. By that point, water was lapping the port side of the hangar deck. Picked up by the destroyer Hammond, DD-412, Buckmaster was transferred to Astoria, CA-34, soon thereafter, and reported to Rear Admiral Fletcher, who had shifted his flag to the heavy cruiser after the first dive-bombing attack. The 2 men agreed that a salvage party should attempt to save the ship, since she had stubbornly remained afloat despite the heavy list and imminent danger of capsizing. Interestingly enough, while the efforts to save Yorktown had been proceeding apace, her planes were still in action, joining those from Enterprise in striking the last Japanese carrier, Hairu, late that afternoon. Taking 4 direct hits, the Japanese flat top was soon helpless. She was abandoned by her crew and left adrift out of control and manned only by her dead. Yorktown had been avenged. Yorktown, as it turned out, floated through the night. 2 men were still alive on board her. One attracted attention by firing a machine gun that was heard by the sole attending destroyer, Hughes. The escort picked up the men, one of whom later died. Meanwhile, Buckmaster had selected 29 officers and 141 men to return to the ship in an attempt to save her. 5 destroyers formed an anti-submarine screen while a salvage party boarded the listing carrier. the fire in the rag storage still smoldering on the morning of the 6th. Viru, AT-144, summoned from Pearl Harbor and Hermes Reef, soon commenced towing the ship. Progress, though, was painfully slow. Yorktown's repair party went on board with a carefully predetermined plan of action to be carried out by men from each department: damage control, gunnery, air, engineering, navigation, communication, supply, and medical. To assist in the work, Lieutenant Commander Arnold E. True brought his ship Hammond alongside to starboard aft, furnishing pumps and electric power. By mid-afternoon, it looked as if the gamble to save the ship was paying off. The process of reducing topside weight was proceeding well. One 5-inch gun had been dropped over the side, and a second was ready to be cast loose. Planes had been pushed over the side. The submersible pumps, powered by electricity provided by Hammond, had pumped out considerable quantities of water from the engineering spaces. The efforts of the salvage crew had reduced the list about 2 degrees. Unbeknownst to Yorktown and the 6 nearby destroyers, the Japanese submarine I-158 had achieved a favorable firing position. Remarkably, but perhaps understandable in light of the debris and wreckage in the water in the vicinity, none of the destroyers picked up the approaching I-boat. Suddenly, at 15:36 hours, lookouts spotted a salvo of 4 torpedoes churning towards the ship from the starboard beam. Hammond went to general quarters, a 20mm gun going into action in an attempt to explode the fish in the water. One torpedo hit Hammond, her screws churning the water beneath her fantail as she tried to get underway, directly amidships, and broke her back. The destroyer jackknifed and went down rapidly. 2 torpedoes struck Yorktown just below the turn of the bilge at the after end of the island structure. The 4th torpedo passed just astern of the carrier. Approximately a minute after Hammond's stern disappeared beneath the waves, an explosion rumbled up from the depths, possibly caused by the destroyer's depth charges going off. The blast killed many of Hammond's and a few of Yorktown's men who had been thrown into the water. The concussion battered the already damaged carrier's hull and caused tremendous shocks that carried away Yorktown's auxiliary generator, sent numerous fixtures from the hangar deck overhead crashing to the deck below, sheared rivets in the starboard leg of the foremast, and threw men in every direction, causing broken bones and several minor injuries. Prospects for immediate resumption of salvage work looked grim, since all destroyers immediately commenced searches for the enemy submarine, which escaped, and commenced rescuing men from Hammond and Yorktown. Captain Buckmaster decided to postpone further attempts at salvage until the following day. Vireo cut the tow line and doubled back to Yorktown to pick up survivors, taking on board many men of the salvage crew while picking up men from the water. The little ship endured a terrific pounding from the larger ship, but nevertheless stayed alongside to carry out her rescue mission. Later, while on board the tug, Captain Buckmaster conducted a burial service. 2 officers and an enlisted man from Hammond were committed to the deep. The second attempt at salvage, however, would never be made. Throughout the night of the 6th and into the morning of the 7th, Yorktown remained stubbornly afloat. By 05:30 hours on the 7th, however, the men in the ships nearby noted that the carrier's list was rapidly increasing to port. As if tired, the Valiant Flat Top turned over at 07:01 hours on her port side and sank in 3,000 fathoms of water, her battle flags flying. Yorktown, CV-5, earned 3 battle stars for her World War II service, 2 of them being for the significant part she had played in stopping Japanese expansion and turning the tide of war at Coral Sea and at Midway. End of Yorktown entry in Dictionary of American Naval Fighting Ships by the U.S. Naval Historical Center. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.